Chapter 1 Reflection of the Soul, Escaping Death. A blood moon hung in the sky. Stop right there, you damn brat. Damn, if I don't run, am I supposed to just wait for you to kill me? In the mountain forests outside Konoha, Uchiha Tamaki was fleeing for his life, with two ninjas hot on his heels. Open black lens bracket. At this point, I hope readers remember our domain wkan.com, it's super convenient close black lens bracket. Uchiha Tamaki had transmigrated into this world 6 years ago, becoming an orphan member of the glorious Uchiha. But familiar with the plot, he knew very well that in the 57th year of Konoha, the village's greatest tragedy would occur, the night of the genocide. So for these past 6 years, he had been thinking about how to escape Konoha and the night of the genocide. Finally, not long ago, without anyone noticing, he evolved his Sharingan into 3 tomo. He began his plan, using genjutsu to control Konoha's perennial gatekeepers and successfully escaped the village. Swoosh. Just then, a figure used the body flicker technique to block Uchiha Tamaki's path. You damn Uchiha brat. Big brother Katetsu Hagane, big brother Izumo Kamizuki, please give your little brother a way out. Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki intercepted Uchiha Tamaki from both front and back. Their feelings toward Uchiha Tamaki, who was escaping Konoha, were complicated. They had often eaten ramen together over the years, so they had become quite familiar with each other. They never expected that Uchiha Tamaki would actually exploit their trust, launch a sneak attack, and use genjutsu to control them. Come back with me immediately. Go back to wait for death. Uchiha Tamaki's face was full of misery. Do you know what's happening to the Uchiha? Your Uchiha clan is a noble clan of Konoha, what could possibly happen? Extermination. The Sandaime has already ordered the massacre of the Uchiha. Uchiha Tamaki's face was pained. Why do you think I'm escaping Konoha? The expressions of Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki changed drastically. They too had noticed something was off in Konoha over the last few days. Furthermore, not long ago, they had received orders from their superiors to guard the exits of Konoha strictly, specifically forbidding any ninja from the Uchiha clan to leave, even if they had a permit. Therefore, Uchiha Tamaki's words were most likely true. Seeing the hesitation of Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, Uchiha Tamaki's heart stirred slightly, it seemed playing the pity card had worked. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from behind. Evil Uchiha, you all deserve to die. Ah! A sharp blade pierced through Uchiha Tamaki's body from behind, protruding from his chest. Uchiha Tamaki turned his head in pain, seeing an expressionless face. Those eyes were filled with indifference and coldness, devoid of any mercy. Root's secret weapon, Tenzo. No, I can't die here. I have to escape. I have to get away from here. I can't die here. Uchiha Tamaki felt a stinging pain in his eyes. The 3 tomo in both eyes began to merge into one, then transformed into a 6-pointed star pattern. Fear of death, escaping death. Under extreme emotion, Uchiha Tamaki finally awakened the Mangekyo. A trail of bloody tears flowed from Uchiha Tamaki's left eye. Shi no Makoto. Activate. Uchiha Tamaki felt time beginning to reverse. 1 second. Time reversed to the exact moment Tenzo appeared behind him. Uchiha Tamaki spun around abruptly, his hands grabbing Tenzo the moment he appeared. With an unknown surge of strength, he tightly pinned Tenzo's arms and then opened his mouth to bite down on Tenzo's neck. Tenzo winced in pain as he saw Uchiha Tamaki actually bite off a piece of flesh from his neck. Branches suddenly sprouted from Tenzo's body, extending from all directions, then curving to pierce Uchiha Tamaki's body from every angle. In an instant, Uchiha Tamaki's body was riddled with holes. Ah! In intense pain, Uchiha Tamaki swallowed the flesh he had bitten from Tenzo's neck and looked at Tenzo with the most vicious and hateful gaze. Tenzo. Konoha. Just you wait. Right eye. Sora no Mamori. Activate. Uchiha Tamaki's body began to fade in front of Tenzo, eventually vanishing. Outside Spirit City, a carriage stopped by the roadside. An eerie man with heavy makeup emerged from the carriage. Why have we stopped? Your Excellency, there's a kid by the roadside. Following the driver's point, the man noticed a child covered in blood lying prone by the road. However, the child hadn't passed out. Instead, he was using his chin to drag himself forward on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood stretching behind him. Hey, kid, what are you doing? The eerie man asked. Exercising, Uchiha Tamaki said. He didn't know where his right eye's Sora no Momori had brought him. Are you out of your mind? Is this how you exercise? If you already know, then why ask? Uchiha Tamaki said irritably. Strong spirit, doesn't look like he's going to die. The corner of the eerie man's mouth curled into an arc. Let's go, leave him be. Damn, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, just you wait. Uchiha Tamaki's will to survive was very strong. He didn't know where he was, but it definitely wasn't anywhere near Konoha. As long as he entered that large city ahead, which didn't look like it belonged to the ninja world, he should be able to find someone to treat him. Just then, a pair of long legs appeared in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki struggled to lift his head and saw the man with the eerie makeup from before. Don't block my way. The eerie man reached out and picked up Uchiha Tamaki, then quickly returned to the carriage. He then began to examine Uchiha Tamaki's injuries. Tisk tisk, you really have a tough life, kid, surviving even this. Tell me, who are you? Uchiha Tamaki's eyes darted around. Noble sir, please hear my plea. My family had land, but no parents for me. With a couple of rooms, life was a delight, until the local landlord brought us blight. He saw me helpless, took all we owned, leaving me hateful, with nowhere to be homed. I sought to report his wicked ways, but was ambushed and cut in a bloody haze. Though young and weak, my will stayed true, fleeing through the night, I was saved by you. The eerie man watched Uchiha Tamaki's solo performance with a smile and pulled back the clothes on Uchiha Tamaki's body. The injuries on your body are truly strange. They don't look like they were caused by blades or sharp weapons, but rather, like your body was pierced by something rough. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky, you lost so much blood and yet didn't die, and all the wounds missed your vital organs, the eerie man said. A story of such a young child suffering at the hands of an enemy formed in Yu Guan's mind. He was one of the two generals under the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Chrysanthemum douluo Yu Guan. Uchiha Tamaki was settled in Yu Guan's residence, and Yu Guan called for a doctor. When Uchiha Tamaki saw the yellow, and purple spirit rings appearing at the doctor's feet, his head buzzed. So, he had come to the douluo world. The Mangekyo abilities he awakened seemed quite badass. The left eye's ability, Shi no Makoto, could reverse time. The right eye's ability, Sora no Makoto, seemed to be able to bring him to other worlds, though the cooldown was 1 month. After being treated by the healing spirit master, Uchiha Tamaki felt his body recovering rapidly. Kid, have you awakened your spirit? 002 twin spirits, the master-disciple bond between little Huan and old Ju. Spirit, did he have a spirit? He wasn't from this world after all. But what if he really had a spirit, what would it be? The Sharingan. It seems you don't have one yet. I'll help you awaken your spirit, Yu Guan said. Wait here. Yu Guan ran out of the house and returned 10 minutes later with a pile of awakening materials, which he arranged into an awakening formation. Stand on this. I will awaken your spirit for you. Uchiha Tamaki did as he was told and stepped onto the awakening formation. Yu Guan began to inject spirit power into it. Gradually, Uchiha Tamaki felt his eyes uncontrollably activate the Sharingan. At the same time, an obscure power within Uchiha Tamaki's body was also being stirred. On the ground behind Uchiha Tamaki, a tree burst through the floor, growing to several meters in height. Yu Guan saw the Sharingan in Uchiha Tamaki's eyes and then looked at the tree behind him. Twin spirits. At that moment, his head was buzzing. The child he had picked up on the road was a twin spirit's genius. Yu Guan's senses suddenly returned, and he hurriedly pulled out a spirit power crystal. Come, place both your hands on this and test your spirit power. The moment Uchiha Tamaki placed his hands on the crystal, a burst of white light erupted from it, illuminating the entire bedroom. Hiss! Yu Guan gasped once more. Innate full spirit power. Uchiha Tamaki turned his head, looking at the tree behind him, then touched his Sharingan. The image of him swallowing Tenzo's flesh flashed through his mind. Tenzo was the sole survivor of the wood release laboratory. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to obtain wood release just by swallowing a piece of flesh. However, the process of spirit awakening seemed to have triggered the wood release. Did that mean he could also strengthen his wood release by adding spirit rings? A genius, haha. Kid, do you want to take me as your master? Yu Guan looked at Uchiha Tamaki with eyes full of expectation. Twin spirits, innate full spirit power, and one of them was a plant type. Who could be more suitable to be his disciple than the Uchiha Tamaki before him? Uchiha Tamaki thought for a moment and asked, shouldn't you investigate my background? Check if I'm some kind of spy. If every family sent spies with twin spirits and innate full spirit power to our spirit hall, then please, send a few more. Disciple greets teacher. Uchiha Tamaki was currently alone and without support. Having a high-ranking member of Spirit Hall as a backer wasn't a bad idea. Haha, I'll take you to hunt spirits right now. Wait, teacher, I want to recover my health first. Can you give me some books about spirits? Fair enough. Yu Guan nodded. My study is next door, and it contains my collection of books. If that's not enough, I'll go to the Spirit Hall library and get some more for you. This is my family's heirloom, the illustrated guide to immortal herbs. Consider it a gift for our first meeting as master and disciple. That same day, Uchiha Tamaki went to the study and first picked out a basic book on spirits. A spirit, to put it simply, was something hidden in the bloodline that manifested through the stimulation of spirit power. Most people required external help, but a very small minority could awaken spontaneously ahead of time. Isn't this just the difference between recessive and dominant genes? Uchiha Tamaki's reading speed was incredibly fast. Thanks to his powerful mental force, he could scan 10 lines at a glance and never forget what he saw. Unknowingly, Uchiha Tamaki flipped to the 10 core competencies of spirits. After a few glances, Uchiha Tamaki put the book back on the shelf. If it were the first book he'd ever read, it might have been useful. But after reading several others, the 10 core competencies of spirits could be moved directly to the infant reading. Category: Research Report on Self-Condensing Spirit Rings. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly noticed a title and was immediately intrigued. Spirit rings originate from spirit beasts and form after the spirit beast dies. The book explained the source of spirit rings and included some shallow research, but it hadn't actually completed the process of self-condensing a spirit ring. Thus, the content was only a half-finished product. To understand the method of self-condensing a spirit ring, one needed to understand the process of how they formed. Uchiha Tamaki planned to observe this personally in a couple of days when Yu Guan took him to hunt spirits. Half a month later, Xiao Huan, are you ready? Yu Guan came to Uchiha Tamaki's bedroom. Teacher, can you not call me Xiao Huan? It sounds like a maid's name. Alright, Xiao Huan. Fine then, I'm ready, old Jew. Who told you to call me old Jew? Show some respect. You heard me first, we're just hurting each other. Yu Guan reached out to grab Uchiha Tamaki, but Uchiha Tamaki suddenly appeared behind Yu Guan. There was no trajectory of movement, and it wasn't high speed or teleportation. Yu Guan turned his head in shock. What was that just now? The ability of my eyes, Uchiha Tamaki said. Uchiha Tamaki had simply rewound time by 1 second. However, that single second had consumed a third of his ocular power. In this world, ocular power was mental force, and chakra was equivalent to spirit power. Yu Guan's expression became a bit more serious. Xiao Huan, which spirit do you plan to cultivate first? The eyes, Uchiha Tamaki said. Then do you have an understanding of what you need for this pair of eyes? Spirit beasts with time, space, or mental force attributes would all work, Uchiha Tamaki said. I've been browsing spirit beast records these past few days. Medusa, time shadow beast, void splitting goshawk, phantom demon one-eyed beast, swift lightning rabbit, they're all good. My physical build isn't very strong, so something under 400 years should be about right. Back in the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Tamaki had always cultivated very carefully to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention. He had poured most of his energy into escape-oriented ninjutsu and evolving his Sharingan, leaving him no time to train his body or practice taijutsu. Therefore, absorbing spirit rings at the limit or exceeding the age limit was something he could only dream about. However, over the years, he had managed to steal quite a few ninjutsu using his Sharingan. The current Konoha technician, Kakashi, was still unemployed, so Uchiha Tamaki was the true copy ninja. The spirit beasts you mentioned aren't easy to find. Fine, since you're my disciple, we'll go to the Star-Do Great Forest. Originally, Yu Guan wanted to go to the nearby spirit hunting forest owned by Spirit Hall. However, Uchiha Tamaki's requirements for spirit beasts were either rare ones or super ones, and with such a strict age limit, they certainly wouldn't be found in the spirit hunting forest. On the carriage to the Stardo Great Forest, Uchiha Tamaki continued to flip through his books. Xiao Huan, it's enough to just skim that knowledge. Combat experience is what's most important. As your disciple, I must make up for this aspect, lest people call us a pair of illiterate master and disciple in the future, Uchiha Tamaki said without looking up, still flipping pages. Yu Guan laughed out of frustration, clenching his fist and looking at Uchiha Tamaki with ill intent. Are you implying that this seat is illiterate? Was it that obvious? 003 multiple shadow clones plus version. The entrance to the Stardo Great Forest nearest to Spirit City was over 1,000 kilometers away. Yu Guan could certainly fly Uchiha Tamaki over, but with Uchiha Tamaki's small frame, he'd likely vomit all over him midway. By the time they reached the Stardo Great Forest, he wouldn't even have the energy to absorb a suitable spirit beast. So, it was better to take a carriage honestly and hunt for spirits after getting enough rest. Taiwan Novel Network is super practical, choose as you like. The carriage was pulled by dragon scale beasts, one of the few spirit beasts that could be tamed. A 10-year dragon scale beast possessed quite impressive endurance. A journey of 1,000 kilometers took only 6 or 7 days. After staying a night in the soul-hunting town outside the Stardo Great Forest, Uchiha Tamaki got a glimpse of this world's scenery before the master and disciple entered the forest. As the largest gathering place for spirit beasts on the douluo continent, it wasn't an exaggeration to say spirit beasts were everywhere here, and it also allowed Uchiha Tamaki to witness the diversity of species. A rock by the roadside here could potentially be a disguise of some earth-type turtle shell spirit beast. If one accidentally leaned against an ordinary-looking tree, it could whip Uchiha Tamaki so hard he'd see his great-grandmother. See that spirit beast over there. Uchiha Tamaki turned his head toward where Yu Guan was pointing, but there was nothing. Uchiha Tamaki activated his Sharingan, yet there was still nothing. Could this spirit beast completely hide its presence and form? Yeah, there's nothing there. Yu Guan patted Uchiha Tamaki's head. So, old Jew, are you messing with me? I'm teaching you a lesson. I'm powerful, so even if I'm messing with you, what can you do about it? Old Jew, let me tell you something too. Once I become a titled douluo, I'll teach you some new lessons. That's something for many years from now. If I can't discipline my disciple, then why would I take one? Uchiha Tamaki turned his head, and suddenly Yu Guan snatched him up, soaring into the air. Uchiha Tamaki's body was flying ahead, while his soul was trying to catch up behind. In the next instant, Uchiha Tamaki was placed on top of a tree canopy by Yu Guan. Shish! Uchiha Tamaki saw a spirit beast 100 meters away in the direction Yu Guan was pointing. The spirit beast looked like a lizard with an exceptionally large head, half of which was occupied by a single eye. A phantom demon one-eyed beast. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes lit up. 450 years. Want to give it a try? Uchiha Tamaki looked at the phantom demon one-eyed beast, grit his teeth, and nodded. This is the one. Whoosh! Yu Guan's figure blurred, appearing in front of the phantom demon one-eyed beast. With a flick of his finger to its head, the beast fell into a peaceful sleep. Yu Guan turned to look at Uchiha Tamaki on the tree canopy 100 meters away. Little Huan, you can come over now. Old Jew, did you forget something? Yu Guan smiled. I didn't mind you calling me old Jew before, but what should you call me now? Jew. Quote. Playfulness aside, business was business. Ultimately, Yu Guan brought Uchiha Tamaki before the phantom demon one-eyed beast. Take this and stab it in the eye. Uchiha Tamaki took the dagger handed over by Yu Guan and stabbed it directly into the phantom demon one-eyed beast's eyeball. The next moment, a bright yellow spirit ring manifested. Uchiha Tamaki's Sharingan had been active the whole time. From the formation of the spirit ring to the flow of spirit power, everything was clearly visible. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly realized that the obscure patterns on the spirit ring were just like the hand seal effects when releasing ninjutsu. The patterns on the spirit ring and the ninjutsu hand seals were both energy circuits for energy transmission. Absorb it. This thing will naturally dissipate if not absorbed within 2 hours. Uchiha Tamaki finally remembered the task at hand and immediately sat cross-legged. Under Uchiha Tamaki's guidance, the energy within the spirit ring immediately surged into his body. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki discovered that this energy was constructing a spirit power circuit within his body. Once this spirit power circuit was completed, the spirit ability would also be condensed. Uchiha Tamaki immediately recalled those obscure patterns in his mind and began to guide the spirit ring's energy, constructing the energy circuit himself. As he continued to construct the circuit, Uchiha Tamaki also learned the effect of the spirit ability he had obtained. Phantom Evil Shadow. It can use mental force to create clones of oneself or an enemy. The stronger the mental force, the closer the clone's strength is to the original. As long as there is enough mental force, multiple clones can be created. Finally, after an hour of absorption, Uchiha Tamaki finished. It seems 450 years didn't put any pressure on you. Yu Guan looked at Uchiha Tamaki with satisfaction. What level are you now? Uchiha Tamaki sensed his state. Level 12. How is the spirit ability? Uchiha Tamaki's eyes narrowed, and Yu Guan's figure condensed in front of him. Yu Guan showed a look of surprise. He swept his perception over the clone and found that the clone of himself before him had an aura almost identical to his own when he was level 12. Was this created by your spirit ability? That's right, I can create a clone that doesn't exceed my level, whether it's an enemy or myself. How long can it last? It's created entirely from mental force, so it can exist indefinitely. As long as my mental force isn't exhausted, it can exist forever. Uchiha Tamaki realized that his first spirit ability was essentially an enhanced version of multiple shadow clones. Moreover, with his current mental force, even a level 99 Super Douluo might not necessarily compare to him. As long as his mental force was sufficient, the clones could unleash strength equal to the original. Most importantly, while multiple shadow clones would dispel after a single hit, his phantom evil shadow clones would only dispel upon receiving a fatal blow. However, he could only release 10 shadow clones at most, any more, and the feedback of information and memories would burst his head. It was a pity his genjutsu level was quite average. When the eyes of the Uchiha clan evolve into the Mangekyo, they are distinguished by straight tomo and curved tomo. In the original work, Uchiha Madara once commented that Sasuke's eyes were straight tomo just like his. Most Mangekyo have curved tomo characteristics, meaning they are extremely proficient in genjutsu. Straight tomo is relatively rare, meaning the genjutsu enhancement is weaker, but it's full of offensive power. For example, Uchiha Madara's ocular abilities were limbo, border jail and reduced Susanoo consumption. Uchiha Madara never revealed his Mangekyo abilities in the original work. Limbo, border jail was used when he awakened the Rinnegan, so it's set here as his Mangekyo ability. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes were also straight tomo, focusing on offensive abilities. Of course, the poor genjutsu enhancement of straight tomo Mangekyo was only relative to the Uchiha. For ninjas outside the Uchiha, the Mangekyo was still an irresistible and great power. Uchiha Tamaki currently mastered several genjutsu very common within the Uchiha clan. It's a pity your first spirit ability isn't an offensive type, it doesn't improve your strength much. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at Yu Guan. Do you even know what you're saying? Not much of an improvement. In Uchiha Tamaki's view, multiple shadow clones was a divine technique that could accelerate cultivation. Old Jew, want to spar? Haha, just you. Uchiha Tamaki's Mangekyo suddenly activated. Genjutsu. Shackling Stakes. Technique. 004 Secret Technique. 1000 Years of Death. Yu Guan's expression froze instantly. He suddenly felt a pain in his neck and snapped back to his senses. A look of horror appeared on Yu Guan's face. He had actually been hard crowd controlled by Uchiha Tamaki. He was level 95, while Uchiha Tamaki was only level 12. Uchiha Tamaki failed to land a hit and immediately retreated far away. A titled douluo's physical body was indeed strong. He hadn't even been able to break through Yu Guan's defense with a dagger. And Yu Guan wasn't even a power-type titled douluo. Yu Guan suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Tamaki and delivered a whip kick. Bang! The moment Yu Guan kicked Uchiha Tamaki's body exploded into a cloud of smoke. In the next instant, Yu Guan suddenly felt a great terror coming from behind him. Turning around, he saw Uchiha Tamaki with his fingers interlaced, his index and ring fingers pointing upward. Secret Technique. 1000 Years of Death. Yu Guan was so startled that a terrifying spirit power pressure suddenly erupted from him, blasting Uchiha Tamaki away. The moment Uchiha Tamaki flew out, he turned into smoke once again. Yu Guan looked at the empty surroundings and spread out his mental perception, but he actually couldn't sense Uchiha Tamaki's location. The surroundings were quiet. Uchiha Tamaki seemed to have completely disappeared. Uchiha Tamaki was actually near Yu Guan, but his mental force was stronger than Yu Guan's. "Come out, I'm done playing," Yu Guan said. Uchiha Tamaki thought about it and walked out of the bushes where he was hiding. But at that moment, Yu Guan suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Uchiha Tamaki. 1,000 years of death, was it? Wait, Uchiha Tamaki fell to his knees on the ground, clutching his backside in pain. Despicable, old chrysanthemum, this grudge is deep now. Through this battle, Uchiha Tamaki also discovered his shortcomings. Only his mental force was strong, his genjutsu was a mess. Even if he barely managed to control Yu Guan, it was useless since he couldn't break through his defense. Moreover, if he showed any killing intent, Yu Guan would instantly snap out of the illusion. Yu Guan's strength and speed completely surpassed his. However, Yu Guan felt differently. If Uchiha Tamaki could break through his defense, he might have actually met his match in an unexpected place. To think Uchiha Tamaki only had one ring. But the more outstanding Uchiha Tamaki was, the happier he became. After all, Uchiha Tamaki was his disciple. Upon returning to Spirit City, Yu Guan took him to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Yu Guan carried Uchiha Tamaki, skipping the 9,999 steps and flying to the highest point of Supreme Pontiff Mountain, where a majestic and grand palace suddenly appeared. Uchiha Tamaki finally met the blind douluo among the legendary three love brains of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's obsession with love was as top tier as her beauty. Beneath that elegant and poised temperament was a face of exquisite beauty. Dressed in a purple gold palace gown, wearing the Supreme Pontiff's crown, and holding a scepter, she exuded a majestic and noble aura. Uchiha Tamaki finally understood the weight of that saying, everyone hates Qianzunji, and everyone wants to be Qianzunji. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki's backside took a hard hit, sending him face down on the ground. "What are you doing?" Uchiha Tamaki looked at Yu Guan, who had suddenly kicked his butt. "Pay your respects to Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff." "Oh." Uchiha Tamaki looked up and saw a pair of long legs, so white, so long. Bibi Dong's face darkened as she reached out and grabbed Uchiha Tamaki by the neck. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki's figure turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. Bibi Dong's gaze swept the scene, and her mental force spread out. Where did he go? Yu Guan's mind was in a bit of a mess. This kid didn't follow him to the Supreme Pontiff Palace with a clone, did he? That damn little brat, you should have said so earlier. He actually hadn't noticed at all when Uchiha Tamaki had tricked him with a clone. Yu Guan, what is going on? That seems to be his first spirit ability, clone. A clone, I didn't notice it at all. Bibi Dong restrained her aura. Forget it, I shall excuse his offense this time, but if there is a next time, he will not be spared. Yes, this subordinate will definitely discipline that brat properly. Yu Guan left the Supreme Pontiff Palace and headed straight for his manor. Entering the manor, he saw Uchiha Tamaki lying on a rocking chair in his small courtyard. Yu Guan was so angry he went up and gave it a kick. Bang! It was another damn clone. Yu Guan was fuming. Then a note appeared on the rocking chair. Old Jew, I'm going into hiding for a month or so, bye-bye. In the forest outside Konoha, the same forest where he had been pursued, he returned to the spot where he had activated the Eye of Void. He had to get the Scroll of Seals. Many of the forbidden techniques within it were things even he coveted. And now, he already had a plan. A yellow spirit ring emerged beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet. First spirit ability, Phantom Evil Shadow. Whoosh, whoosh. Two clones appeared beside Uchiha Tamaki. One had the appearance of Katetsu Hagane, and the other was Azumo Kamizuki. And their auras were exactly the same as the originals. Uchiha Tamaki himself had no intention of entering Konoha. Are you kidding? To him, the current Konoha was a dragon's den. His clones could rely on spirit abilities to simulate auras, but he himself couldn't change his own aura. Moreover, Konoha had a defensive barrier, and all Konoha ninjas would leave their chakra on the barrier. Any ninja who hadn't left their chakra on the barrier would be instantly detected by the Anbu once they entered the barrier's range. The two clones headed toward Konoha. Luckily, the ones guarding the gate today weren't Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki. Kotetsu, Izumo, how come you're returning from the outside? The two ninjas guarding the gate looked at them with scrutiny. Mission, Kotetsu Hagane said calmly. The two gatekeepers hesitated slightly but gave up on further questioning. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki were confidants of the fourth Hokage. Since the fourth Hokage passed away, they had been marginalized to the point of guarding the gates. In the past, they had been the fourth Hokage's guards, both possessing the strength of the special Jonin level. Therefore, Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki's relationships with their other colleagues were quite average. After the two entered the Konoha gate, the two gatekeeping ninjas also checked the barrier's reaction. Since the barrier didn't sound an alarm, they set aside their doubts. As soon as Uchiha Tamaki's two clones entered the barrier, they immediately began to change their appearances. Because when the real ones went to change shifts, they would definitely be exposed. The two clones arrived at Konoha's Artisan Association. Honorable ninjas, how may we be of service to you? The head of the Artisan Association immediately came out to attend to Uchiha Tamaki's two clones. We need to check the Artisan Association's registry of craftsmen. Yes, please wait a moment. The person in charge quickly ran back to his office and returned a moment later with a directory, which contained information on all craftsmen, names, photos, ages, and their home addresses. The two clones quickly browsed through the information in the entire directory. Hokage-sama sent us here to investigate. This involves classified information. You are not allowed to tell anyone that we were ever here. Yes, Ninja-sama, the person in charge quickly bowed and replied. 005 The first step of revenge, clandestine operations. The two clones arrived at the bungalow area. They stopped in front of a residential house and knocked on the door. Coming. An old man's voice came from inside, and a few seconds later, he opened the door. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Before the old man could react, the genjutsu had already invaded his brain. After confirming the old man was under control, the two clones slipped inside, restraining him while closing the door. This old man was named Geno, a Jonin from the Kagero village that was destroyed by Konoha during the Second Ninja World War. His family had all died tragically in Konoha's invasion. For all these years, he had lurked in Konoha, masquerading as a craftsman. While contributing to the village's construction, he had added extra ingredients to the bricks and tiles, exploding tags. Decades of lurking in disguise, and no one had ever discovered this secret. Over these decades, even he didn't realize how many landmines he had buried throughout Konoha. His plan was to blow the entire Konoha sky high all at once. Although there was still a long way to go before his plan succeeded. However, detonating those exploding tags now would still cause heavy losses to Konoha. In the original story, this was another character who was swayed by Naruto's talk no jutsu. He had held onto his lifelong wish for decades, yet he gave up his dream just because Naruto looked like his son. Therefore, Uchiha Tamaki intended to take over Geno's great cause. When Geno woke up, he found his chakra had been sealed. In the dim room, he could only see the blood-red tomo in the eyes of these two people. Uchiha. Geno thought of the Uchiha massacre night that happened in Konoha a month ago. Although Konoha announced that it was done by the Uchiha clan traitor, Uchiha Itachi, anyone with eyes knew what was really going on. He quickly understood the purpose of these two Uchihas. They had somehow found out what he had done and even located him with such precision, they might have even uncovered his identity. I want the locations of all the exploding tags you've placed in Konoha. Clone 1's voice was cold and raspy. It's too early to act now. If you give me another 10 years, I can make Konoha pay a much more painful price. Geno didn't beg for mercy or hide anything, instead, he tried to persuade these two Uchihas. If he had their help, his revenge might be even more successful. Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't believe Geno's words, or rather, he didn't believe in his resolve for revenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been persuaded by a few words from Naruto to abandon his grand plan for revenge. We have our own plans. Tell me the locations of those exploding tags and the hand signs to detonate them. The reason no one had accidentally detonated an exploding tag in decades was naturally that Geno had set a specific detonation sequence. And if I refuse, killing you would only be a minor setback for us, but for you, decades of effort would go to waste. The exploding tags you've buried would all become useless paper. Geno took a deep breath and finally compromised. Before you kill me, I hope to see a magnificent display of fireworks. We will detonate them tonight. If you don't want to die, you can take the opportunity to leave Konoha. That doesn't matter. I just want to see with my own eyes that my years of hard work weren't in vain. You will. You'll see it. Night fell, casting a shadow over the ninja village. Because of the Uchiha massacre night a month ago, Konoha at night had become much more desolate, a situation that would likely take a long time to recover. But a loud explosion shattered the quiet night, followed immediately by the Hokage rock crumbling. The firelight was like a small sun, illuminating all of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi jumped onto a roof. Seeing his own face on the Hokage rock shattered, his anger flared. Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures landed in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi and knelt on one knee. Immediately summon all Jonin and put the entire village on high alert. At that moment, flames suddenly rose from various corners of the village. A few seconds later, the sound of explosions reached them. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression became even more grim. Was Konoha under attack by an external enemy? Immediately send people to protect the Jinchuriki and put all the major clans on alert. Meanwhile, all of Konoha was in chaos. No one knew where the enemy was. Explosions occurred one after another, and the flames illuminated almost half of Konoha. Uchiha Tamaki's two clones were continuously detonating the exploding tags throughout Konoha. Over the decades, Geno had buried millions of exploding tags in Konoha. Although it was a bit less than the 500 billion exploding tags of that future spendthrift Lady Konan, it was enough to plunge Konoha into chaos. Uchiha Tamaki really regretted not knowing the mutually multiplying explosive tags technique, otherwise, the power of these explosions would definitely be several levels higher. The two clones arrived at the Hokage residence. The moment they entered, two shuriken were fired from the darkness. Both clones activated their Mangekyo simultaneously. Eye of time. Time froze for a second, and in that single second, the battle was over. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki, who was lying in wait outside Konoha, had two streaks of blood tears running down his eyes. To end the fight quickly, the two clones had directly used the Eye of Time's time freeze, but the side effects were also reflected on Uchiha Tamaki's main body. The two clones quickly found a hidden compartment in a crack in the corner of the Hokage office. This was where Naruto found the scroll of seals in the original story. The moment they saw the scroll of seals, the clones immediately put it into the storage spirit tool. As the two clones were leaving the Hokage residence, a white-haired ninja wearing an eye patch over one eye blocked their path. Stop, you aren't Konoha ninjas. Oh, if it isn't the Konoha technician, Senior Kakashi. Konoha technician. It didn't sound like a compliment. Kakashi looked at the two clones with a cold face. Just as tensions were at a breaking point, one clone spoke. Do you want to know the true cause of your father's death? What do you mean? Kakashi asked, frowning. Back then, your father was the Hokage's half-sleeve, only one step away from becoming the Hokage. But he wasn't part of the Hokage's direct lineage, so he was intentionally framed by the Sandaime. Your father was sent on an absolutely impossible mission, forced to choose between his comrades and the mission. No matter what he chose, he would be criticized. Your father chose his comrades, and you saw the result. He was driven to suicide by public opinion. The actual reason was that your father discovered the Sandaime's conspiracy and refused to accept that the true face of the Sandaime he served was so ugly. And because of you, he couldn't fight the Sandaime to the death. Hee, truly pathetic. Your father was killed by the Sandaime, yet you are acting as the Sandaime's dog. Ha ha. Kakashi's mind was shaken by the clone's words. In that instant, Kakashi was met with a pair of Mangekyo. A hexagram pattern was branded into his mind, and Kakashi immediately lost consciousness. Phew, that was close. It would have been difficult if the great technician had fought to the death. 006 This move can defeat Kagaya, and it can also defeat Bibi Dong. Kakashi 50's strength is still very strong. The key is that he has a Sharingan, making it difficult for ordinary genjutsu to take effect on him. It was almost impossible for Uchiha Tamaki's clones to defeat him in taijutsu and ninjutsu. He estimated that Kakashi's comprehensive combat power in taijutsu and ninjutsu should be between the 6-ring and 7-ring agility attack system and control system levels on the douluo continent side. Because Uchiha Tamaki was still relatively unfamiliar with the combat power on the douluo continent and had no specific reference objects, he could not make a very accurate judgment. As for genjutsu, with Uchiha Tamaki's amateur genjutsu, it was unlikely to work on Kakashi. Of course, this was assuming Kakashi was on guard. Because of those words, Kakashi lost his composure, which was why Uchiha Tamaki's miracle through brute force strike hit its mark. Even if Uchiha Tamaki wasn't good at genjutsu, it was still enhanced by the Mangekyo. Of course, there was another possibility. Kakashi went easy on him. Anyway, Uchiha Tamaki's 2 clones successfully left Konoha village and delivered the storage spirit tool to the main body's hands. Uchiha Tamaki quickly left the area. Konoha's Jonin reconnaissance abilities are very strong. For instance, with the Byakugan, no one could guarantee when pursuers might catch up. And his Eye of Void cooldown still had 29 days left. He just needed to ensure he wasn't found within these 29 days. As long as he wasn't caught during this time, he could escape to the douluo continent to hide. His spirit power was still too low. Otherwise, he'd definitely give Konoha a Susanoo-clad Great Buddha set. Furthermore, he hadn't overcome the flaws of the Mangekyo yet. Using the Eye of Time and Eye of Void too much would lead to blindness. He could only rely on spirit rings to compensate for this flaw. Uchiha Tamaki had already begun to consider what his next spirit ring should be. Mental force as the primary focus, with time and space as backups. At least until the Mangekyo evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he needed to focus on mental force spirit beasts. If his Mangekyo Sharingan could absorb the evil eye tyrant of the Sun-Moon continent, he estimated he could instantly reach the eternal Mangekyo, but that was just wishful thinking. In the following days, Uchiha Tamaki avoided towns and stayed hidden in the deep mountains and old forests. Anyway, as long as he didn't appear in densely populated areas, no one could find him. Even the most excellent intelligence ninja must interact with people to collect information. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki was worried that Hiruzen Sarutobi had left a tracking mark on the scroll of seals, so he didn't dare take it out at all. Everything would have to wait until after he went to the douluo continent. During this period, Uchiha Tamaki had been using clones to cultivate. Each clone's cultivation speed was about 30% of the main body's, with 10 clones cultivating simultaneously plus the main body's progress, it was nearly 4 times that of an ordinary person. In just 1 month, Uchiha Tamaki had reached level 14. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki's Eye of Void CD had ended, and he could finally hide in the douluo continent. After living like a wild man for a month, Uchiha Tamaki just wanted to take a good soak in a large bathtub. Mangekyo, Eye of Void. Instantly, the space in front of Uchiha Tamaki's eyes began to ripple like a pattern, then flipped and swallowed him. When Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes again, he had already appeared on the streets of Spirit City. Ah, the smell of freedom. Uchiha Tamaki opened his arms, enjoying the fresh air. Hey, you're in the way. Why does Spirit City allow beggars in? Opposite Uchiha Tamaki stood 3 youths. The girl in the middle looked 11 or 12, with long brown wavy hair over her shoulders and a pair of emerald eyes like peach blossom pools flashing with pink light. Although only 11 or 12, her figure was already beginning to show its potential, and her whole body exuded an aura of charm that could captivate all living beings. Standing to the girl's left was a boy with a chiseled face, chin slightly raised, and red hair signifying his heat and pride. The boy on the right was quite tall, also with a face full of pride, and a murderous aura surrounding him. Uchiha Tamaki set his gaze on these 3, their temperament and physical characteristics were too obvious. You are from Spirit Halls. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, the 3 all raised their chins high, waiting for him to say, Golden Generation. Golden 3 fools. The expressions of the 3 froze. They felt as if their ears had deceived them. Golden 3 fools. Juliana was the first to explode in rage. 2 yellow spirit rings under her feet shone simultaneously. First spirit ability, Charm. Juliana's mental force rushed toward Uchiha Tamaki, but Uchiha Tamaki didn't feel a thing. The next moment, blood seeped from Juliena's nose and mouth, her eyes rolled back, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. Nana, damn it, what did you do to Nana? Uchiha Tamaki's Sharingan activated. Genjutsu. Man-on-man technique. Xiaoyu and Yan's eyes became blurred, and then they hugged each other and started nibbling on one another. The surrounding passers-by all watched this scene, letting out a burst of exclamation. As expected, Spirit City is better, the people here are both weak and friendly. Uchiha Tamaki patted his butt and left. Old Jew, did you miss me? Just as Uchiha Tamaki pushed open the manor gates, a large foot printed itself on his face. Damn it, Uchiha Tamaki crouched on the ground, clutching his nose. Old Jew, is this how you welcome your precious disciple when you see him? You still dare to come back? Do you even respect me as your teacher? No, I keep you in my heart. Uchiha Tamaki grinned. Humph. Yu Guan let out a tsunere snort. Where have you been this past month? You look like a wild man. I went out to farm some creeps. Looks like it. You stink. Go wash up quickly. Uchiha Tamaki dashed back to his courtyard, moved the bathtub to the small yard, soaked in the sun while bathing, and hummed a song while holding the scroll of seals. Just like that, I was conquered by you, all paths of retreat cut off. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. Suddenly, a roar came from outside. Uchiha Tamaki, get out here. Uchiha Tamaki recognized the owner of that voice. They found him so quickly, it seems the Golden Three Fool's intelligence is quite effective. But when he saw the person who entered, Uchiha Tamaki's expression froze. Why is the blind douluo here? No way, kids fighting, and they bring their parents. Bibi Dong entered the small courtyard with Juliana, Xiaoyu, and Yan, and saw Uchiha Tamaki bathing in the yard. Bibi Dong was furious. She raised her hand and struck out with a wave of terrifying spirit power toward Uchiha Tamaki. Bang! The next moment, the bathtub shattered, and a mist of water filled the small yard. The energy around Bibi Dong surged, rippling outward and blowing the mist away. Secret technique. Reverse harem jutsu. 007 can start dancing now. At this moment, everyone's expressions froze. Bibi Dong watched as 10 handsome men of various styles winked and blew kisses at her, even Bibi Dong was momentarily dazed. Then she saw in the far back, a bare-bottomed brat was sneakily fleeing. Bibi Dong laughed out of anger. She suddenly unleashed a blast of strong wind, dispersing the reverse harem technique in front of her while simultaneously swatting the bare-bottomed brat away. Just as Uchiha Tamaki was about to crawl back up, Bibi Dong's foot had already kicked his backside. Yo, isn't this our big beautiful sister? What a coincidence. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly didn't want to get up, he could see the scenery even lying on the ground. These legs, these feet, this touch of purple elegance. Run again, then, bang, Bibi Dong's foot met empty air, Uchiha Tamaki had run off again. Bibi Dong was driven mad. This little mouse was truly too good at running. She had never seen such a slippery little mouse. Even after activating her spiritual perception, she couldn't find Uchiha Tamaki's figure. Juliana, Xiaoyu, and Yan were all dumbfounded. Someone could actually escape from the hands of Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Although the moves used were truly unsightly, he really did manage to escape. Bibi Dong gritted her silver teeth, but then she laughed out of anger again. Uchiha Tamaki, if you don't come out, your teacher will have to take responsibility for your crimes. Yu Guan had a face full of black lines. What a family misfortune. Ever since taking on such a disciple, he felt like he was walking on a tightrope, with the boy constantly causing trouble for him. Right then, Uchiha Tamaki's head popped up from over the wall. Are you being a sore loser? I am the Supreme Pontiff, what can you do to me? Bibi Dong raised her chin slightly, crossing her arms, making her pair of peaks look even more imposing. If you bully my teacher, I'll bully your students. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Yu Guan again. Teacher, rest in peace. I'll burn paper money for you. If Bibi Dong hadn't been there, Yu Guan felt he would have definitely given his disciple a full-body massage. I won't bully you either. Fight a match against Juliana, Xiaoyu, and Yan. You're not allowed to use your illusions. As long as you win, this matter will be written off. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Juliana, Xiaoyu, and Yan, and couldn't help but grin. With people like them, I can take on 100. Oh, then I'll arrange 102 ring great spirit masters for you. Bibi Dong also began to laugh. Wait, I was just talking big. Uchiha Tamaki was dumbstruck. I'm taking it seriously. Put on your clothes and come with me to the Spirit Hall Academy. Can I not go? Uchiha Tamaki asked with a long face. Bibi Dong's eyes flicked toward Yu Guan. Xiao Huan, it's better for you to get beaten than for me to get beaten, right? Yu Guan said hurriedly. What do you mean it's better for me to get beaten than you? Am I still your favorite disciple? Then can I use my eyes? Yes. Uchiha Tamaki was very reluctantly taken to the Spirit Hall Academy. The 102 ring students who were brought in were all completely bewildered. They had heard there was a spirit battle and were told to come to the scene. But once they arrived, they were told that they were the ones going on stage. And all 100 of them were to go on stage together. If they were asked to fight a 6-ring spirit emperor, it would be understandable. 102 ring great spirit masters against one 6-ring spirit emperor actually stood a chance of winning. But now they were being asked to fight a 1-ring spirit master. Their brain capacity truly couldn't comprehend the logic of the person who organized this. However, after seeing Bibi Dong, all doubts vanished. Everyone looked at Bibi Dong with fanatical gazes. Since ascending the throne several years ago, Bibi Dong had been continuously building her own forces and increasing her influence. These youths before her were all Bibi Dong's future supporters, so she naturally spared no effort in crafting her persona in front of them. A genius spirit master who rose from humble beginnings, later relying on her own hard work and talent to ascend to the throne of the Supreme Pontiff. Was there any story more inspirational than this? Bibi Dong looked at Uchiha Tamaki. Do you need to prepare? Sister Dong, I need 3 years to prepare, is that okay? No, Bibi Dong said, her smile as gentle as water. Crazy woman, Uchiha Tamaki grumbled softly. Bibi Dong naturally understood his murmur and glared at Uchiha Tamaki, her teeth gritted. Uchiha Tamaki stood directly opposite the 102 ring great spirit masters. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Now, you may start dancing. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, Yu Guan couldn't help but rub his temples. Begin, Bibi Dong hummed through clenched teeth. And Uchiha Tamaki's words had completely ignited the fury of everyone present. Uchiha Tamaki raised his right hand, the first spirit ring beneath his feet flashing. First spirit ability, Phantom Evil Shadow. Bang, bang, bang. 10 clones appeared in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Immediately after, Uchiha Tamaki and the 10 clones charged into the crowd of 102 ring great spirit masters like wolves into a flock of sheep. Creating chaos and charging into the enemy ranks, a very clever tactic to ensure he doesn't get focused down, Bibi Dong commented. But that's not enough, he's still at a massive disadvantage. Just then, Uchiha Tamaki and his 10 clones darted left and right, continuously dodging attacks. At that moment, a youth shouted, "Control system users, restrain him. Don't worry about collateral damage." Uchiha Tamaki's original body immediately retreated to a corner. Illusion. Darkness walking technique. It was a technique Uchiha Tamaki had just learned from the scroll of seals. For other ninjas, illusions required hand signs, but for the Uchiha, their eyes could directly complete the formula, allowing for instant casting. This was an illusion developed by Senju Tobarama specifically to counter the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was naturally most skilled in illusions, and the darkness walking technique was designed to strip away vision. In an instant, dozens of people on the scene fell into darkness. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. I can't see. What's going on? What happened? These students who had fallen into darkness cried out in terror and panic. In their confusion, they began to attack wildly. Uchiha Tamaki's 10 clones also continued to create chaos. The scene was a mess. Bibi Dong watched the chaos, lost in thought. Yu Guan, do you understand what's happening? Those eyes of his, Yu Guan said. He seems to have stripped away the opponent's vision. An innate spirit ability. This kind of power is truly terrifying. The darkness walking technique only lasted for a few seconds, but in those few seconds, over 30 students had already lost their combat effectiveness. Nana, Xie Yu, Yan, you 3 go in as well. By now, the 3 of them were scared witless, their initial pride long gone. Uchiha Tamaki alone had thrown so many people into such disarray, Would the three of them going up even change the big picture? But they had no choice but to obey Bibi Dong's command. Seeing the golden three fools take the stage, Uchiha Tamaki immediately sent a clone over. Tense, the three of them immediately released their respective spirits. Secret technique. Sexy technique. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki's clone transformed into a stunning, stark naked beauty and blew a kiss toward Yan and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and Yan were both momentarily dazed. Brother, Yan, Juliana didn't have time to warn them before Uchiha Tamaki's clone appeared behind the two using the body flicker technique. Secret technique. 1000 years of death. Ah, Liana was trembling with fear. Clutching her backside, she fled back to Bibi Dong in terror. Teacher, I'm not playing anymore, he's too scary. 008 Genjutsu. Public streaking technique. 1 vs 103, the battle lasted for over 30 minutes. The final result was a complete victory for Uchiha Tamaki. The opposing side was nearly wiped out, with one deserter. Uchiha Tamaki was panting heavily at this moment. Fortunately, he had been facing 100 noobs. If it had been 100 genin, he would definitely be dead without a grave. Uchiha Tamaki retracted his clones and looked at Bibi Dong while gasping for air. At this moment, even Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a desire to recruit such talent. Uchiha Tamaki's excellence exceeded her imagination. Open black lens bracket note. Remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, for smooth and enjoyable reading. Close black lens bracket. Even when she was at the same age, it would have been impossible for her to achieve this level. However, seeing the golden generation she had carefully nurtured lose so sloppily still made Bibi Dong a bit furious. Nana, Yan, Xiaoyu, after you three return, go to the Fiend Gateway Gorge for a month of training. Yes, teacher. All three could feel the impending storm of Bibi Dong's anger. Bibi Dong turned to leave, and Uchiha Tamaki shouted from behind, Sister Dong, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Bibi Dong's pace quickened. Even without looking back, she could guess the look on that kid's face. Inside the hall of worship, a figure resembling a young man ran into the main hall. Although the hall of worship was part of Spirit Hall, it existed independently of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The 7 high priests of the hall of worship each possessed the strength of a super douluo, among whom the high priest Qian Dalu possessed the strength of a level 99 super douluo. In front of the angel god statue in the main hall, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and a white robe knelt. This person was the high priest Qian Dalu, praying devoutly. Haha, big brother, do you know what happened today? The newcomer was one of the 7 high priests of the hall of worship, Guang Ling Douluo, level 97, with the spirit, light feather divine bow. He was the youngest old man among the 7 high priests, maintaining a youthful appearance year-round with a flighty personality. Usually busy messing around, he was considered the mascot of the hall of worship. Qian Daoliu slightly opened his eyes, a golden light flickering within his pupils. What fun thing did you encounter today? Yu Guan took a disciple. Yes, I know that. I heard that today, that woman Bibi Dong arranged a unique duel, Yu Guan's disciple against 102 ring great spirit masters. What nonsense. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly. What level is that child now? I don't know the specific level, but he only absorbed his first ring a month ago. Is such a duel even meaningful? That's the issue. By the time I arrived, the battle was already over. Yu Guan's disciple won. Qian Daoliu's eyes widened, and he immediately exclaimed, Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. The facts are as follows. I asked several students and teachers on the scene. That kid's combat skills are extremely refined. Moreover, his spirit ability is a clone, and it's said he has an innate spirit ability that can create genjutsu. With one glare, a crowd of people fell into the illusion. Qian Daoliu took a sharp breath, his gaze turning contemplative. After a while, he said, Go and make contact with him. Alright, I'm going now. Guang Ling dashed out of the hall of worship like a puff of smoke. Old Jew, you tell me, did I make you proud today or what? You've certainly offended Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff to the core now. Yu Guan sighed all the way, while Uchiha Tamaki was carefree, not taking it to heart at all. However, having dealt with Bibi Dong, Uchiha Tamaki could finally catch his breath. Uchiha Tamaki returned to his small courtyard and took out the scroll of seals again. at first glance, he saw the multiple shadow clones. Multiple shadow clones was very similar to his first spirit ability, Phantom Evil Shadow. The only difference was that multiple shadow clones required chakra, vast amounts of chakra, which was called spirit power in this world. Uchiha Tamaki didn't have that much chakra. Phantom Evil Shadow suited him better because this spirit ability only consumed mental force. Mental force was exactly what Uchiha Tamaki had in abundance. Furthermore, it could cultivate alongside the main body, increasing the cultivation speed. Edo Tensai. This forbidden technique couldn't be practiced yet. 8 gates. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze narrowed slightly. This could be practiced, but only by the main body. Phantom Evil Shadow could only cultivate mental force and spirit power, it couldn't train the physical body. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly remembered that in douluo dalu 2, whale gel was already a well-known medicinal treasure for strengthening the body and widening the meridians. However, in douluo dalu I, no one knew the effects of whale gel yet. Uchiha Tamaki's mind stirred, he had to find a way to get enough whale gel. Reaper Death Seal. Uchiha Tamaki had no intention of using his own life to fulfill some grand cause. Flying Thunder God Technique. Uchiha Tamaki immediately perked up. His right eye was the Eye of Void, possessing the space attribute, he could definitely learn the Flying Thunder God Technique. However, the Flying Thunder God Technique required more than just the space attribute, it also required extremely high combat awareness. As long as he mastered the Flying Thunder God Technique, his survival ability would definitely be greatly enhanced. Just then, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly sensed a powerful mental fluctuation approaching. Putting away the scroll of seals, he looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a streak of silver light shot through the air. Bang! The moment the silver light hit Uchiha Tamaki, he turned into a puff of smoke. In the air, Guangling looked at the courtyard where Uchiha Tamaki had disappeared with surprise. Where did he run off to? Uchiha Tamaki had already run out of the manor. Day after day, there was never any peace. In the air, Guangling immediately locked onto Uchiha Tamaki's figure, his body sweeping down to arrive behind Uchiha Tamaki. At that exact moment, Uchiha Tamaki turned his head. Genjutsu. Shackling Stakes Technique. Guangling's expression became dull, and then he began to take off his clothes and pants. Immediately after, Guangling suddenly woke up, looked at his naked body, and then at Uchiha Tamaki, who had already run into the street. "You damn little brat, stop right there." Guangling chased after Uchiha Tamaki just like that, with his bare butt showing. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Uchiha Tamaki and slapped him on the shoulder. "Stop, who are you telling to stop?" The moment Uchiha Tamaki turned around, Guangling saw Qian Daoliu's face. "Big brother, why are you here?" Genjutsu. Temple of Hell Technique. It could make a person see the one they feared most. "Aren't you ashamed to be naked in public? Get back inside." "Ah, yes, big brother." Guangling fled dejectedly, but after flying into the air and being hit by the cold wind, he suddenly snapped out of it. "Damn it, I fell for it again." When he looked for Uchiha Tamaki again, the boy had already blended into the crowd on the street. Many people were looking up, pointing and whispering at Guangling, who was flying naked in the sky. Guangling's face burned with embarrassment, he hurriedly rose higher into the sky and fled back to the hall of worship. "Old Fifth, what's going on with you?" The high priest looked at Guangling returning naked and couldn't help but look curiously toward Uchiha Tamaki's direction. "That kid is too slippery, I actually fell for his genjutsu." You're level 97. Even if you aren't proficient in mental force, you shouldn't be affected by the genjutsu of a one-ring brat, right? Those eyes of his are too special. I can feel that they provide a massive boost to genjutsu. 009 Old Chrysanthemum, you're playing quite the fancy game, huh? Elder Yu Guan, you sure know how to have fun, huh? In the following days, Uchiha Tamaki could finally settle down and cultivate in peace. After painstakingly raising his spirit power level to 15, Guangling showed up again. However, this time he walked through the main gate, instead of launching another Guangling arrow. Uchiha Tamaki just wanted to cultivate properly, why did this calamity insist on targeting only him? Uchiha Tamaki immediately created a clone and approached Guangling. "Brother, what brings you here today?" "Going out to play." Guangling looked at Uchiha Tamaki with shining eyes. The last time Uchiha Tamaki humiliated him, he forgot about it completely the next day. Now that he had free time, he wanted to find Uchiha Tamaki again. But he never wanted to experience streaking above Spirit City again. Uchiha Tamaki rubbed his temples. Where is the nearest spirit hunting forest? I'll take you. Are you hunting spirits? I'll help you. Not hunting spirits. I have something fun to show you, Uchiha Tamaki said. Guangling picked up Uchiha Tamaki and soared into the sky. What fun thing? Do you know of any fun spirit beasts? Guangling thought for a long time, then suddenly remembered something and said, Myriad Transformation Beast. What kind of spirit beast is that? A type of spirit beast that specifically feeds on fear. They can transform into other spirit beasts and even mimic their aura. I was once terrified by one of these. Guangling looked down at Uchiha Tamaki, whom he held in his hand. You want to catch that myriad transformation beast? I have a method that can contract spirit beasts and allow for complete mental connection with them. If it's a low-level beast without high intelligence, you can command it freely. If it's high level, as long as you can negotiate, you can contract it too. As he spoke, Uchiha Tamaki took out a scroll. This was a summoning scroll contract he had just finished creating over the past 2 days. The main reason was that he felt his own strength was too low. If he could contract a high-year spirit beast, his safety could be guaranteed. Guangling's expression grew increasingly delighted. He barely cared about strength. But he absolutely loved strange and rare things like this. Give it to me, give it to me. Give what? If I give it to you, do you even know how to use it? Then teach me. I'll give you a demonstration, Uchiha Tamaki said. First, let's find that myriad transformation beast you mentioned. The two arrived above the spirit hunting forest, and Guangling spread out his perception. His perception was like a giant radar, quickly sweeping across a 1,000-meter radius. With such efficient perception, Guangling suddenly changed direction, soaring over the continuous mountain forest. Uchiha Tamaki spotted a white spirit beast. This white spirit beast was 3 meters long, with a body like a mountain antelope, agile and graceful, leaping deftly on the cliff face. Is that the spirit beast? That's right. This is a 5,000-year myriad transformation beast. After Guangling finished speaking, he pulled Uchiha Tamaki down in front of the spirit beast. The spirit beast was startled, and immediately its body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant black bear. Even its aura grew over 10 times stronger as it bared its fangs and claws, roaring ferociously at Uchiha Tamaki and Guangling. So powerful, Uchiha Tamaki exclaimed in amazement. Don't be fooled by its near-perfect disguise, it's actually just an empty shell. Guangling suddenly released his aura, shattering the myriad transformation beast's disguise. The myriad transformation beast rolled a few times on the ground and then fled in panic. Subdue it. Just as Guangling was about to take out his Guangling divine bow, Uchiha Tamaki said, Are you planning to shoot it full of holes like a hedgehog? Guangling paused for a moment, retracted the Guangling divine bow, used a body flicker technique to appear in front of the myriad transformation beast, and suppressed it with one hand. Uchiha Tamaki took out the scroll and spread it open. It was densely covered with mysterious runes. Press its paw onto this, and then you press your hand onto it too, using your spirit power and a drop of blood. Guangling followed the instructions. Uchiha Tamaki quickly formed hand signs, summoning technique. Contract. Form. At that moment, the runes on the summoning scroll seemed to come alive, drilling into the bodies of Guangling and the myriad transformation beast. Guangling suddenly felt a faint connection forming between him and the myriad transformation beast. It succeeded. I feel like I can issue commands to it now. Learn the summoning formula and the release summoning formula, Uchiha Tamaki instructed. Every summon will consume a small amount of your spirit power, and the summoned beast will gain this spirit power to grow quickly. Can spirit beasts of higher years also be contracted? Spirit beasts under 10,000 years without high intelligence are easy to contract. However, contracting spirit beasts over 10,000 years by force carries the risk of backlash. The restraint of the summoning technique isn't that strong. In the Naruto world, Orochimaru's summoned beast, Manda, was a summoned beast constantly plotting to betray Orochimaru. The summoning technique only links the ninja and the summoned beast. For the current myriad transformation beast, with its low intelligence, Guangling could easily establish a contract and make it obedient. Furthermore, Creating summoning scrolls for high-year spirit beasts is very troublesome. This summoning scroll can also contract over a dozen summoned beasts. You can play with it yourself, Uchiha Tamaki said, tossing another scroll to Guangling. It records some key points of the summoning technique. Have fun with it yourself. Guangling took the scroll and stuffed it into his spirit tool storage, then jumped onto the myriad transformation beast's back. Let's go back. I'll go back first. Aren't you coming back with me? No need. Uchiha Tamaki immediately dispelled his clone. Bang. So it was a clone. This spirit ability is really useful. No, he must have many other fun self-created spirit abilities over there. I need to go find him. 2 hours later, Guangling arrived in front of the Yuguan residence riding the myriad transformation beast. Yuguan came out to greet guests and saw the myriad transformation beast sitting beneath Guangling's buttocks. Oh, a high-year myriad transformation beast. Elder Guangling, how did you tame it? It's my summoned beast now. Its name is Xiaobai. Guangling jumped off Xiaobai's back and patted its head. Summoning technique. Release. Bang. Xiaobai's figure vanished from the spot. Haha, another success. I truly am a genius. Yuguan showed a look of surprise. How did you manage that? Your disciple taught me. Is Xiao Huan home now? Ah, what? He's not home. He just asked me for 10,000 gold coins, saying he's moving out. Oh, then where is he staying now? I don't know. Yuguan finally understood why Uchiha Tamaki had left in such a hurry earlier. He was trying to avoid Yuguan. Just then, a fat, big-eared man in luxurious clothing, walking with some difficulty, approached from a distance. Elder Yuguan. You are. Elder Yuguan, have you forgotten? I am the shopkeeper of the Great Medicine Hall in Spirit City. Quote? Yuguan and Guangling both looked confused. Elder Yuguan, you said you didn't bring money and asked me to come to your residence to find you. Did you forget? Or is it inconvenient right now? If so, forget about the money. Yuguan's mouth twitched. It must have been Uchiha Tamaki using his face. Oh, I remember now. How much is it? 100,000 gold coins. What? Yuguan exclaimed in shock. What did I buy? 15 pieces of 10,000-year whale gel, 35 pieces of 1,000-year whale gel, and 160 pieces of 100-year whale gel. Guangling looked at Yuguan with a look full of hidden meaning. Yuguan suppressed his killing intent, his expression stiff as he took out a gold coin card from his spirit tool storage. After sending the shopkeeper away, Guangling looked at Yuguan with a smile. Elder Yuguan, you sure know how to have fun, huh? 10 Aside from its bad reputation, whale glue is good in every other way. Using whale gum, aside from its bad reputation, everything else about it is good. Uchiha Tamaki purchased a small courtyard within Spirit City and even disguised himself to ensure no one could find him in the short term. Whether it was Guangling or Bibi Dong, they were both too annoying. He needed to cultivate in seclusion and needed to improve his strength. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. Uchiha Tamaki spewed out a stream of hot air, cleansing the impurities from the surface of the whale gum in his hand. Under the intense high-temperature roasting, the impurities on the surface of the whale gum peeled off like shedding skin, revealing the crystalline, viscous substance inside. The crystalline substance emitted a rich fragrance that assaulted Uchiha Tamaki's nostrils. Uchiha Tamaki stuffed the 10,000-year whale gum into his mouth in one gulp, then sat cross-legged and began to refine and absorb it. A hot current surged wildly inside Uchiha Tamaki's body. However, for Uchiha Tamaki, this was a minor issue. Compared to the 6 years of cautiously surviving he had endured, this small impact could not shake his nerves in the slightest. Half an hour later, the flesh on Uchiha Tamaki's skin receded, and the medicinal power of the whale gum was absorbed. Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes and checked his body. His meridians had widened by 1/3, and his physique had been enhanced by 30%, the effect was quite significant. Even his spirit power had increased by 1 level, currently reaching level 15. This was likely because his spirit power was already at the peak of level 14, and the stimulation from the whale gum's medicinal power allowed him to break through to level 15. However, there was still residual medicinal power in his body, which was estimated to take a few days to be completely digested and absorbed, or to be expelled from the body as waste. Next, he would digest the medicinal power while starting his cultivation. His main body would conduct physical training and cultivate the 8 gates. His clone would cultivate spirit power and then feed the gains back to his main body. 3 days later, after the whale gum's medicinal power was completely digested, Uchiha Tamaki started consuming the second piece of whale gum. The medicinal effect of whale gum would not develop resistance after only a few uses, so the effects of the first few times were quite good. 1 piece of whale gum every few days, 1 piece of whale gum every few days, caused Uchiha Tamaki's physique to visibly strengthen. Simultaneously, the 8 gates could now open the first gate, the Gate of Opening. This could temporarily double Uchiha Tamaki's physique. However, Uchiha Tamaki discovered that the destructive power of the 8 gates on the body far exceeded his understanding. Although nothing seemed apparent on the surface, every time the 8 gates were opened, he was overdrawing his own body. Even opening just the first gate still caused subtle damage. Even after just practicing, he would feel a needle-like pain inside his body after finishing the training. No wonder the 8 gates was listed in the Scroll of Seals. Uchiha Tamaki had originally intended to replicate the title of Azure Beast in this world. But now it seemed the Azure Beast title was hopeless. To cultivate the 8 gates, one needed the courage to charge forward relentlessly. Looking at how Uchiha Tamaki could even awaken the Mangekyo just to cling to life, it was clear how much he valued his own life. Therefore, Uchiha Tamaki would never be able to open the 8th gate, the Gate of Death. Being unable to cultivate the 8 gates also disrupted Uchiha Tamaki's plans. This was because Uchiha Tamaki originally planned, for his second ring, to hunt a spirit beast named Shisha. This spirit beast possessed the extremely rare dual attributes of time and spirit. This spirit beast had an age of 5,500 years. Uchiha Tamaki originally intended to use his 8 gates to push his physique to the required level. But now that the 8 gates could not be cultivated further, this meant Uchiha Tamaki could only settle for the next best thing and find a way to absorb Shisha's spirit ring during his 3rd ring. Consuming large amounts of whale gum during this period had an almost negligible effect on Uchiha Tamaki. Shisha was too rare. Uchiha Tamaki truly did not want to let go of such a rare spirit beast. According to the records Uchiha Tamaki reviewed in the Spirit Hall's collection, Shisha had only been recorded 3 times. The Shisha currently recorded by the Spirit Hall was hiding in the mixed zone of the Stardo Great Forest. Clang! The door of Uchiha Tamaki's house was kicked open. Uchiha Tamaki sensed the aura outside the door, grinned, and got up to meet them. "Ah, teacher, you're finally here. I missed you so much. When things are fine, you call me old Jew, but when there's something to do, you call me teacher. You really are biased." Yu Guan's face darkened. "Then why didn't you actively come look for me?" "Wasn't I busy with my research?" Uchiha Tamaki looked at Yu Guan with a grin. "What research?" "I discovered that whale gum can enhance physique." "Nonsense. Whale gum is clearly used as an aphrodisiac. Come and examine my physique." Yu Guan approached suspiciously and squeezed Uchiha Tamaki's arm. What surprised him was that Uchiha Tamaki's physique had reached at least the Spirit Elder level, perhaps even the high-rank Spirit Elder level. "How did you manage that?" "Didn't I tell you? Whale gum." "So, the whale gum you purchased using my name half a month ago was for experimentation." "That's right, exactly." Yu Guan's expression slightly eased. During this time, he felt like everyone looked at him with contempt and ridicule, unable to lift his head when seeing anyone in the Spirit Hall. "Do you still have any whale gum?" Yes. Uchiha Tamaki took out a piece of whale gum and handed it to Yu Guan. "How do I use it?" "Roast off the outer shell with high heat to expose the crystalline substance inside." "I'll take this back to experiment." "Stop hiding it from me again. Do you know how much effort I expended to find you?" "Teacher, I haven't even left the house. How did you find me?" "Nonsense. The neighbor next door noticed you hadn't left the house for over half a month. How could they not get suspicious?" Uchiha Tamaki's eyes darted. It seemed he needed to pay attention to such details when hiding next time. "Old Jew, are there any methods in the Spirit Hall for tempering the physique?" Uchiha Tamaki asked. "Your current physique can absorb 1,000-year spirit ring without any pressure. Isn't a physique like this enough? Then what about one with an age of 5,500 years? Is my current physique sufficient? Are you crazy? 5,500 years is enough for a 3rd or even 4th spirit ring. Yu Guan rarely showed a solemn look. I absolutely will not allow you to take such a risk. Uchiha Tamaki feared that delays would lead to complications. That Shisha was too rare. If he missed this chance, it might truly be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is there any method to improve physique or not? There are, but at most they can handle 200 or 300 years. You need to cross a lifespan of at least 3,000 years. This is no longer something a secret technique can achieve. Uchiha Tamaki was greatly disappointed upon hearing this. The spirit hall couldn't help either. This kind of secret technique that could casually raise the acceptable age for absorbing a spirit ring by 10,000 or 8,000 years couldn't even be produced. Uchiha Tamaki began racking his brain, wondering if there was any secret technique that could accomplish this. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki thought of a person who might be able to do it. Tsunade. Her yin seal technique, if slightly modified, could seal and store excess spirit power first, releasing it only when he was able to withstand it. There was also the strange power inherited by the Senju clan, which could greatly enhance the physique. Both the yin seal technique and the strange power training method could achieve the effect he needed. But as a remnant of the Uchiha clan, there was no way she would teach him the yin seal technique and the strange power. Uchiha Tamaki ultimately decided to return to the ninja world. Perhaps he could think of a solution there. 011 Go out and have fun, don't worry. Go out and roam, don't miss me. Huan, come out quickly. The Supreme Pontiff learned that you researched a use for whale glue and plans to reward you. Yu Guan excitedly burst into Uchiha Tamaki's small courtyard, only to find a letter resting on the rocking chair in the yard. Go out and roam, don't miss me. Yu Guan's previously joyful mood immediately plummeted to the bottom. This kid isn't seriously planning to hunt that 5,500-year spirit beast alone, is he? If it was about combat power, Yu Guan wasn't worried. Uchiha Tamaki's combat power might not be enough to take down a 5,500 spirit beast, but as for injuring him, Yu Guan didn't believe it for a second. This kid truly feared death. His life-saving skills were endless. What Yu Guan feared was that Uchiha Tamaki might actually kill that 5,500-year spirit beast and recklessly absorb it. Wait a minute, the last time he saw this kid, he was only rank 16. He shouldn't be able to absorb a spirit ring this quickly. But this kid's cultivation speed is truly fast. He only started 4 months ago, reaching rank 12 after absorbing a spirit ring, and then advancing 4 ranks in the next 4 months, a cultivation speed unheard of. He will likely reach rank 20 before he turns 7. Just thinking about it felt incredible. This excellent retirement insurance must not meet with any accident. After returning to the ninja world, Uchiha Tamaki inexplicably felt an urge to cause a stir back in Konoha. Indeed, even though he feared death, the hatred he held for Konoha, for Hiruzen Sarutobi, and for the Konoha F4 had not faded in his heart. Just then, a scent of blood suddenly drifted through the air. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze sharpened, and he followed the scent of blood. Immediately ahead, a burning village appeared. The entire village was littered with corpses, and a group of bandits were dividing money at the village entrance. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked slowly toward the burning village. Hey, boss, there's a survivor. He looks quite wealthy. He doesn't seem like someone from this poor little village. Hey, kid, hand over the money you have. Uchiha Tamaki slowly walked toward the group of bandits. This kid isn't running even after seeing us. Is he an idiot? Perfect, let's tie him up. Maybe we can exchange him for some money. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes opened to reveal the Sharingan, and at the same time, a yellow spirit ring manifested beneath his feet. However, after thinking carefully, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly closed his Sharingan. Then, behind Uchiha Tamaki, a 10-meter-tall wooden figure rose from the ground. Ninja, run! But how could they escape the pursuit of the wooden figure? All dozen or so bandits were ordinary people. They didn't even know the body flicker technique. Uchiha Tamaki eliminated them without exerting any effort. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki walked through the burning village. Finally, Uchiha Tamaki saw the corpse of a child lying on the ground. The next moment, Uchiha Tamaki created a clone that transformed to resemble the appearance of this child. Simultaneously, tree roots extended from beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet, dragging all the corpses in the village over and sending them into the sea of fire. Tizuna Town. This was a den of vice within the land of fire, equipped with all manner of brothels, casinos, and taverns. Inside a tavern, a beautiful, golden-haired, twin-tailed woman with an ample bust had one foot resting on a chair, holding a wine bottle. Ah, so comfortable. Lady Tsunade, we're out of money. Shouldn't we leave now? This woman was naturally Lady Tsunade, the top beauty among all realms. Sitting opposite her was a fair-faced young girl, though her figure below the neck was rather unremarkable, holding a small pink pig in her arms. She was Shizune, Tsunade's disciple, and also the niece of Tsunade's former lover, Kato Dan. The small pink pig in Shizune's arms was named Tauntaun, Tsunade's pet. Mo Big Milk, Mo Big Milk. The casino will lend me money anyway, haha. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. While Tsunade was eating and drinking heartily, the conversation between two people at the next table caught her attention. Have you heard? That wood release kid killed someone again, and it was a Konoha ninja. Isn't wood release the ninjutsu of the god of shinobi? That wood release kid should also be a descendant of the god of shinobi, right? Why would he kill Konoha ninjas? How would I know? I'm not a ninja. The wine bottle in Tsunade's hand suddenly shattered under her grip. She turned and grabbed a patron who was chatting idly behind her. Where is that wood release kid you're talking about right now? Huh, what are you doing? Shut up for me. Tell me quickly, where is that wood release kid? I don't know where he is right now. I heard that 3 days ago, a big battle occurred outside the neighboring town, and that wood release kid killed 6 or 7 ninjas. Tsunade's face darkened like ink. She stood up and walked out of the tavern. Shizune, pay the bill for me. Lady Tsunade, wait for me. Shizune hurriedly paid the bill and rushed to catch up with Tsunade's steps. Shizune, go find out for me what's going on with this wood release kid they are talking about. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune was no naive sweet girl. In fact, she possessed special Jonin-level strength now. It was just that by Tsunade's side, she rarely had a chance to show it. One day later, Shizune returned to Tsunade's side. Lady Tsunade, based on the intelligence I gathered, that youth seems to be the child of an ordinary village family. The village where he lived encountered a bandit attack 10 days ago, but a large number of bandit corpses were left at the scene, and there were traces of wood release. Afterward, the youth began wandering aimlessly. Later, he encountered Konoha ninjas, supposedly people from Root. Witnesses claimed that the Root ninja said if he didn't cooperate, they could take even his corpse, and then a conflict broke out. Root, Danzo. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly. She still remembered very clearly that after her younger brother died, his corpse was also taken by Root for experiments. By the time she managed to retrieve the body, her brother's internal organs had already been hollowed out. She was also perfectly clear about the filth within Konoha, which was the reason she left the village. Where is he now? He should be near Toda Town. Residents of Toda Town said they saw a youth, looking like a beggar all over, buy some things in town and then leave. Let's go to Toda Town. Tsunade and Shizune began searching around Toda Town. Finally, after several days of searching, they discovered a wooden house in a dense mountain forest. Lady Tsunade, this wooden house is strange. It doesn't feel like it was built. Tsunade looked at the wooden house before her, her eyes slightly unfocused, because this was constructed using wood release. Ah, can wood release be used to build houses? Who are you? Suddenly, a young voice filled with vigilance came from behind them. Tsunade and Shizune turned around and saw a dirty, raggedly dressed youth. At the youth's feet, there was a wild boar, but this boar was currently being dragged away and tangled by a vine. Tsunade saw the moving vine and confirmed that the youth before her was the person she was looking for. And this was indeed wood release. This meant he was one of her clan members. She understood even better what wood release implied. If he fell into Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands, it would be equivalent to falling into Danzo's hands. How Danzo would deal with him? Tsunade knew better than anyone. This child would likely have his blood constantly drawn, have his body samples collected, and then lie on an operating table while his body was cut open by a scalpel. I am your clan member. 12 cheating and deceiving. I don't have any clan members. My family is all dead. The youth still watched Tsunade and Shizune warily. All of the youth's vigilance felt like torture to Tsunade's heart. In this youth, she seemed to see Naoki's shadow again. Just as Tsunade was about to explain in detail, the ground around them suddenly began to churn, and roots burst out of the soil. Immediately, these roots converged to form a 10-meter-tall wooden figure. Tsunade showed surprise. Was this youth's talent really this good? He could actually master wood release, the wood golem technique, so quickly. Tsunade took off a green crystal pendant hanging around her neck and tossed it directly to the youth. Can you sense the life force contained within this pendant? The youth took the pendant and indeed felt an aura that shared the same origin as him. This youth was naturally Uchiha Tamaki's clone. And he remembered very clearly that this pendant hid a super ultimate weapon. As long as Tsunade crushed the crystal pendant, she could release a super wood release capable of instantly suppressing the entire nine-tailed. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes flickered. Tsunade seemed to sense the youth's hesitation opposite her and said, "This pendant is for you." "Thank you. What is your name?" "I forgot." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Tamaki and thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because his family died tragically and his home was destroyed, causing him too much shock. "Why don't you stay with me?" Tsunade noticed that the youth's suspicion toward her had not completely faded. It seemed that Konoha's ninja had brought him immense disgust and rejection. Now he was vigilant toward everyone. "Are you a ninja?" "Yes." "Can you teach me ninjutsu?" "I can. ... After a few days of interaction, the youth finally stopped being so resistant to Tsunade. "Your physique is stronger than I imagined, but that's not strange. People of our Senju clan naturally have exceptionally strong physiques." Tsunade's eyes lit up. This youth's talent might rival her grandfather's. "I can't help you much with the development of wood release, but I can teach you the Senju's super strength." Uchiha Tamaki looked at Tsunade with hopeful eyes. This was one of the purposes of his approaching her. Tsunade could shatter a street with one punch, and Senju Hashirama could render the nine-tailed brain dead with one punch. This was the Senju clan's super strength. Part of it was the powerful vitality and life force inherent to the Senju clan from birth, and the other part was naturally due to a special cultivation method. Tsunade and Shizune did not know that the Uchiha Tamaki's main body was staying right next door to the inn where they were staying. Because cultivating super strength was a physical cultivation, the clone could not handle it. Therefore, Uchiha Tamaki needed to cultivate immediately and then secretly swap with his clone. After cultivating for half a month, Uchiha Tamaki clearly felt his physique growing stronger. Most importantly, this super strength cultivation method also stimulated the Senju bloodline within him. The two should complement each other. The Senju bloodline gave the body powerful vitality and strength, making the super strength even more terrifying, and similarly, the super strength cultivation method made the Senju bloodline stronger. "Ahuan, let's go outside the small town so I can test how well you've grasped the super strength." Uchiha Tamaki followed Tsunade and Shizune to the outskirts of the small town. "Attack with full power. Wait, don't use wood release." Uchiha Tamaki nodded, and the power of his vitality erupted, sending a wave of red aura surging out from him. In the next instant, Uchiha Tamaki charged toward Tsunade with a raised fist. Bang! Tsunade also raised her fist to meet him. Their fists collided, sending out a burst of energy. Quite a good force, but it's not enough. Tsunade's strength suddenly increased. Bang! Tsunade's punch force erupted suddenly, sending Uchiha Tamaki flying dozens of meters away, his right arm slightly numb and aching. The next moment, Tsunade violently slammed a punch into the ground. Rumble! The earth shattered, and at the same time, a force spread from the ground toward Uchiha Tamaki's feet. Uchiha Tamaki hurriedly dodged, but Tsunade had already appeared before him, raising her fist to smash toward his head. Uchiha Tamaki immediately raised both arms crossed to block his head. But Tsunade wasn't attacking Uchiha Tamaki's head, instead, she punched him squarely in the abdomen. Uchiha Tamaki was sent flying again. He had used his full strength, but Tsunade probably hadn't even used 1/10 of her power. If Tsunade's strength were placed in the douluo world, she would definitely be at the titled douluo level, specifically a power-type titled douluo. Tang Hao's strength might not even match Tsunade's. Uchiha Tamaki's current strength was at least at the level of a power-type spirit ancestor. However, all his movements were an open book in front of Tsunade. After fighting for 10 minutes, Uchiha Tamaki took dozens of punches. "Alright, that's enough for today. By the way, do you want to learn Sage Mode?" Uchiha Tamaki froze for a moment. This wasn't part of his plan. His original plan was to learn the super strength cultivation method and the strength seal technique. But Tsunade's words immediately made him ecstatic. However, Uchiha Tamaki still maintained an expression of confusion on his face. What is Sage Mode? You'll know when the time comes. Tsunade pressed both palms onto the ground. Summon. Summoning scroll. Bang. After the smoke cleared, a giant scroll, half a person tall, appeared before Tsunade. Then Tsunade threw the scroll directly into Uchiha Tamaki's arms. This summoning scroll was extremely heavy. Even with Uchiha Tamaki's physique, he almost lost his balance. Cultivating Sage Mode requires recognition from the Katsuyu. Don't try it lightly before you are fully prepared. Ah, Lady Tsunade, then this scroll. This is the Shikatsu Forest Summoning Scroll. From now on, you are the holder of the Shikatsu Forest Scroll, which you will pass on to your disciples in the future. Uchiha Tamaki sweetly put away the summoning scroll. After returning to the inn, Uchiha Tamaki began to study the Shikatsu Forest Summoning Scroll. Should the clone go, or should the main body go? The master of the Shikatsu Forest, the Slug Sage, would not keep secrets from him. If the Slug Sage learned his identity, she would most likely tell Tsunade his true identity. But his clone seemed unable to form the contract, and the first contract would definitely teleport him to the Shikatsu Forest. This put Uchiha Tamaki in a dilemma. The sage modes from the three great sage lands were all different. If one failed to absorb the sage mode in the Ruchi cave, the three great snake princesses would directly devour the failed cultivator. However, these three great snake princesses treated humans as mere snacks. Even if successful, they would consider it a failure. If the sage mode of Mount Myoboku failed, one would be petrified or turn into a toad. If the compatibility was low, toadification would also appear on the body. As for the sage mode of the Shikatsu Forest, once cultivation failed, the body would be corroded by the sage mode, or even directly dissolved. Why hadn't Tsunade successfully cultivated sage mode? It was likely she didn't want to turn herself into an ugly monster by cultivating sage mode, so she never even attempted it. However, among the three great sage lands, only the slug sage was easy to talk to. The white snake sage liked to eat people and gamble, and the toad sage was busy investing in the child of prophecy. Only the slug sage was a true homebody, indifferent to everything, only liking to stay in the Shikatsu forest, and having an extremely good temperament. Uchiha Tamaki would absolutely not give up cultivating sage mode. If his identity was exposed, so be it. So, Uchiha Tamaki still opened the summoning scroll. On the scroll, Uchiha Tamaki saw the names of Senju clan ancestors, including Senju Hashirama and Tsunade. Summoning technique. Contract. Done. 013 Lie down in my saliva. Get into my saliva. The moment the contract was formed, Uchiha Tamaki's vision blurred, and he arrived in a sticky world along with the summoning scroll. Everything here was coated in mucus, and this mucus also possessed corrosive properties. Uchiha Tamaki discovered that the shoes on his feet were already corroding. Lifting his feet, the mucus beneath them stretched into strands. When Uchiha Tamaki looked up, he saw a mountain of white flesh. It was possibly 10,000 meters long, its end invisible to the eye. Its body was round, with an estimated diameter of 200 to 300 meters. So this is the true form of the slug sage. In the original work, the slug sage mentioned that no one had ever managed to summon her true form. All contractors could only summon a part of her clone. Senju Hashirama might have possessed this ability, but Senju Hashirama had absolutely no need to summon the slug sage. After all, no one in this world could make him require summoning reinforcements. The slug sage sensed Uchiha Tamaki's arrival, then split off a white, plump Katsuyu several meters long, which wriggled over to Uchiha Tamaki. You carry the aura of Lord Hashirama, and also the scent of Lady Tsunade. Are you the contractor of this generation? The white, plump Katsuyu looked at the summoning scroll in Uchiha Tamaki's hand. Did Lady Tsunade give this to you? Yes, I am a disciple of Lady Tsunade. What should I call you? My name is Huan. Then I shall call you Lord Huan, said the white, plump Katsuyu. Are you only here for the summoning contract, or do you wish to learn senjutsu? Uchiha Tamaki stated directly, I want to learn senjutsu. Shall we start now? Let's start now. What do I need to do? Wait a moment. The white, plump Katsuyu suddenly spewed out a large amount of mucus, then filled a concave area in front of it with its own mucus. Lie in it now. Do not let the mucus corrode your body. As long as you can endure it. Senjutsu chakra will permeate your body. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the large pool of mucus and couldn't help but swallow. Did Senior Hashirama also cultivate senjutsu here back then? Yes. Lord Hashirama was the most powerful among all the contractors. I have never seen such a strong contractor. He didn't perform any protection, just lay down in my mucus, relying on his powerful self-healing ability to absorb senjutsu chakra. Powerful self-healing ability. Uchiha Tamaki realized he didn't seem to possess the same powerful self-healing ability as Senju Hashirama. Katsuyu, I plan to cultivate senjutsu at another time. Is that all right? Of course, you are welcome anytime. Oh right, I might have to leave for a while. If Lady Tsunade comes, please convey a message to her for me. I can summon her here via reverse summoning right now. Do you need me to do that? No, I want to leave quietly. I have very important things to do. Tell her in 3 days. Understood, Lord Huan. Just as Uchiha Tamaki was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Oh right, can I take some of the mucus with me? Certainly. Is this enough? I can secrete more acid. Uchiha Tamaki directly collected all the mucus in the concave area into his storage spirit tool. Goodbye then, Katsuyu. Goodbye, Lord Huan. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki activated the Eye of Void and returned to the douluo world. The next moment, Uchiha Tamaki appeared in his small new courtyard. The air here is still fresh. The air in Shikatsu Forest felt like it could dissolve his body if he stayed for another second. It was at this moment that Yu Guan entered the small courtyard. Ha, Xiao Huan, you're back. Yu Guan rushed excitedly in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Did you get hurt outside? Did you risk absorbing a 5,500-year spirit beast spirit ring? Teacher, how could I do something so dangerous? I cherish my life greatly. Besides, I am only at rank 18 right now. After spending nearly 2 months in the Naruto world, Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power had reached rank 18. Your physique seems to have strengthened quite a bit. How did you manage that? Yu Guan grabbed Uchiha Tamaki's shoulders, looking surprised. Uchiha Tamaki's physique was at least doubled compared to before he left. This greatly surprised Yu Guan. Just how did Uchiha Tamaki achieve this? With Uchiha Tamaki's current physique, he actually stood a chance of successfully absorbing a 5,500-year spirit beast spirit ring. I went to Vast Sea City and obtained a piece of 100,000-year whale gelatin there. Because it was too nourishing, no noble dared to buy it, and I happened upon it. Yu Guan sucked in a cold breath. What kind of luck was that? It was fortunate that others didn't recognize its value, otherwise it wouldn't have been Uchiha Tamaki's turn. Because Uchiha Tamaki discovered the wonderful use of the whale gelatin, the spirit hall was now hoarding it massively. Oh right, this is for you. Yu Guan took out a 10,000-year spirit bone. This is a 34,000-year spirit bone of mental wisdom for the head, bestowed upon you by His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Old Jew, you use this yourself. I don't want it. Why not? I plan to get a full set of 100,000-year spirit bones for myself. Stop joking. A full set of 100,000-year spirit bones isn't that easy to acquire. I'm serious. Uchiha Tamaki currently had zero interest in this 34,000-year spirit bone of mental wisdom. This head spirit bone would be good if it could boost his mental force by 10%. It was simply that Uchiha Tamaki's mental force was too strong, he truly looked down on it. I'll keep it for you first. Come find me when you've thought it over. Yu Guan himself was reluctant to absorb it. Although Uchiha Tamaki looked down on this head spirit bone, it was a great treasure to Yu Guan. Old Jew, I need to go out again. Going out again? What have you been busy with all day? I want to provide for your retirement early, so naturally, I must improve my strength as quickly as possible. I'm not old yet, and you're already planning for my retirement. Your most important thing right now is still increasing your spirit power. Yu Guan suddenly found himself unable to continue. Increasing spirit power. Uchiha Tamaki wasn't even 7 years old yet, and he already possessed rank 18 spirit power. Among those of the same age, absolutely no one had a higher spirit power level than him. Can't your clone go out and move around? Is there a distance restriction? The clone needs to stay here to cultivate. If it goes traveling, it has to move around everywhere, which isn't suitable for the clone's cultivation. Your main body can also cultivate. Can't the clone go out traveling? If I want to run, no one can kill me. Actually, Uchiha Tamaki's plan this time was to go get that 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. The distance from here to Nuoding City was at least a month's journey. This meant that by the time he reached Nuoding City, the cooldown for his Eye of Void would be ready. If everything went smoothly, he could directly fuse the spirit bone and then hunt that 5,500-year spirit beast to obtain a spirit ring. If he encountered danger, he could rely on the Eye of Void to escape. Yu Guan suddenly lunged towards Uchiha Tamaki's neck. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki's body dissolved into a puff of smoke. Yu Guan was speechless. Facing him, Uchiha Tamaki was still using his clone. His disciple's talent and awareness were top tier, but his personality was truly characterized by extreme caution. Forget it, flowers can't grow in a greenhouse. Even Bibi Dong back then had experienced cruel trials. Take care of yourself. Definitely, after all, I have to provide for your retirement. Here is my elder token. Take it, old Jew. If you give me the elder token, won't it be inconvenient for you when you go out on business? Do you think the 9 spirit rings beneath my feet are just for show? 14 Madam, you didn't want to either, hee hee hee. Madam, you wouldn't want, hee hee hee. Uchiha Tamaki originally thought the journey would take a month, but they arrived at Nuoding City in just half a month. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki settled down at the Spirit Hall branch hall in Nuoding City. Sir, this is the list of children from the surrounding villages this year who have awakened innate spirit power. The branch hall deacon handed a roster to Uchiha Tamaki. Although the child before him was young, he held an elder token, clearly indicating he was an influential figure from the Spirit Hall making a goodwill visit to the countryside to gain experience. Although he didn't know his exact background, his status was certainly much higher than his own as a branch hall deacon. Uchiha Tamaki took the roster and indeed saw on the list, Saint Spirit Village, Tang-san, innate full spirit power, spirit blue silver grass. That's right, it seemed he and this Tang-san were indeed the same age, though he had awakened 6 months earlier than Tang-san. Give me a map of the area around Nuoding City. Uchiha Tamaki said. Yes, sir. It wasn't yet the start of the school season, so Uchiha Tamaki didn't want to meet up with Tang Dachui in Saint Spirit Village yet. This Tang Dachui was just a mad dog that bit anyone he saw. He could also take the opportunity to witness the famous scene of Buddha Tang recognizing his father. 20 days later, Nuoding Junior Academy began its term. At the school gate, 2 people were being blocked outside. The school guard contemptuously threw a letter of recommendation onto the ground. A mere peasant, how could he have awakened spirit power, and even innate full spirit power with blue-silver grass? Even if you wanted to fake it, you should put more effort into it. Tang-san picked up the letter of recommendation, killing intent blazing in his eyes. The cuff of his sleeve lifted slightly, he was already prepared to deploy the silent sleeve dart. This person deserved to die. Just then, a flat-topped middle-aged man walked out and approached the guard. May I see the letter of recommendation? The middle-aged man asked gently. Old Jack hurriedly handed the letter of recommendation from Tang-san's hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the letter of recommendation in his hand, blue-silver grass, innate full spirit power. All this information was bombarding his nerves. The middle-aged man tightly gripped the letter of recommendation and looked at Tang-san with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Then he turned back to the guard. This is the first time, and it will be the last. Not far away, Uchiha Tamaki watched this entire scene. Was that the white moonlight of Bibi Dong, that crazy woman? Her taste was truly awful. He watched Yu Shaogang lead Tang-san into the school, watching Yu Shaogang trick Tang-san into acknowledging him as a father. Uchiha Tamaki did not destroy this opportunity for Tang-san. After turning and leaving, Uchiha Tamaki took out the map. Uchiha Tamaki searched the map, using Saint Spirit Village as the center point. The cave hiding the spirit bone and the blue-silver emperor was behind a waterfall, so the waterfall must form a river. River, river. Uchiha Tamaki found the symbol for a river on the map, then followed the river's path, extending dozens of kilometers outside Saint Spirit Village into the mountains. There was no second river symbol near Nuoding City, so now he could search upstream based on this river symbol. Uchiha Tamaki immediately set into action. Of course, the process was not easy. Many riverbanks were completely impassable. Uchiha Tamaki could not fly, so he could only wade through the water. After 10 days, Uchiha Tamaki finally arrived before a cliff face. The end of the river channel was the several dozen jong high waterfall before him. Fortunately, rock climbing was not difficult for Uchiha Tamaki, and he had his clone complete the climbing process. After half a day, Uchiha Tamaki's clone finally entered the cave. At the end of the cave was a small mound, planted with a blue-silver grass whose leaves bore golden patterns. Directly above the blue-silver grass was a hole, allowing sunlight to fall through only at noon. What a dog! Tang Hao is such a dog, coveting his own wife's spirit ring and spirit bone, and even placing his wife in such a place, clearly not giving his own wife a chance to rest in peace. Uchiha Tamaki activated his Mangekyo, and immediately his consciousness entered the blue-silver grass. In a boundless plain of blue-silver grass, a blue-haired woman sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her face filled with loneliness. Suddenly, the woman sensed the movement behind her and turned to look at Uchiha Tamaki, this uninvited guest. It was an exquisitely flawless face, a graceful figure, eyes holding tranquility and gentleness, mixed with a bit of vigilance and a bit of unease. It was the existing consciousness of the blue-silver grass, the incarnation of Ah Yin's consciousness. "Who are you?" "An enemy of Tang Hao." Uchiha Tamaki replied. Ah Yin became even more uneasy. "What are you doing here?" "Taking you away," and then threatening Tang Hao. "I will absolutely not let you have your way." Uchiha Tamaki rolled his eyes. Did she need to look at what she was saying? He didn't need her to grant his wish either. Ah Yin spread her arms, and the blue-silver grass on the ground surged toward Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki stood motionless in place, facing the overwhelming blue-silver grass. The next moment, black chakra swirled around Uchiha Tamaki. The black chakra began to form meridians, flesh, and bone, then immediately transformed into a black giant. Susanoo. In the real world, one needed both chakra and mental force to reach the required standard to summon Susanoo. But in this world of consciousness, only sufficient mental force was needed to summon it. The black giant extended its massive palm and grabbed Ah Yin. "Right now, you don't even have the right to say no. Let go of me." Ah Yin was terrified. When had she ever seen such a terrifying enemy? "Be quiet, madam. You wouldn't want me to take you to Tang Hao and perform violation before the husband, would you?" Ah Yin indeed quieted down. Uchiha Tamaki withdrew from the world of consciousness. He uprooted Ah Yin's main body and planted it in a small flower pot. Then he swept his mental force over the area and discovered a hidden compartment in the stone wall in the corner. He easily found the lead box containing the spirit bone, then walked out of the cave and tossed the lead box and the blue-silver grass to his main body waiting below. "Today is a good day, everything I wished for is coming true." Uchiha Tamaki was in high spirits, humming a little tune as he left. Next, he needed to find a quiet place to absorb the spirit bone. Uchiha Tamaki thought about it. Going into the city would cause too much commotion, and the spirit hunting forest had frequent spirit masters passing through. Who knew when he might be disturbed? So, an ordinary mountain forest would be good. Although ordinary mountain forests also had spirit beasts, their numbers were extremely few. After leaving the waterfall, Uchiha Tamaki walked deeper into the mountains for another day. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki sensed a fluctuation of spirit power ahead. What a coincidence! He could encounter a spirit beast or a spirit master here. Uchiha Tamaki curiously followed the spirit power fluctuation. He stopped in front of a cave and sensed the aura inside. Not strong, it felt like only the spirit power fluctuation of a one-ring level. Uchiha Tamaki peeked into the cave. He saw a girl wearing rabbit ear headwear sitting cross-legged inside the cave. Light radiated outwards around her, forming an external meridian map. However, this meridian map was not of a human body, but of a rabbit's form. 015. The 100,000-year-old rabbit becomes a summoned beast. Uchiha Tamaki had already guessed the true identity of the girl in the cave, the rogue rabbit of 100,000 years. However, relative to the rogue rabbit, Uchiha Tamaki was more interested in her process of self-condensing a spirit ring. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name. For reading Taiwanese novels, come to Super Smooth Reading close black lens bracket. The rogue rabbit's attributes did not resonate with him. Uchiha Tamaki would rather have a spirit ring from a 10,000-year spirit beast that matched his attributes than a spirit ring from a 100,000-year spirit beast whose attributes were incompatible. Time passed, a full day, and Xiaowu finally opened her eyes. She originally wanted to stretch languidly, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a face almost pressed against hers. "Ah, who are you, Uchiha Tamaki? Consider me your enemy, 100,000-year-old rabbit. You saw everything." The rogue rabbit was wary, laced with a hint of killing intent. "I saw everything. First spirit ability, waist bow." The rogue rabbit fiercely launched an attack on Uchiha Tamaki. Bang! Before she could even start running, she was knocked senseless by a punch from Uchiha Tamaki. Xiaowu clutched her stomach and curled up on the ground, her face filled with despair. All right, do whatever you want. I have important business to attend to." Saying this, Uchiha Tamaki split off two clones to stand in front of him. His main body sat down cross-legged and took out a spirit bone at the same time. "You're not going to kill me. Are you going to sacrifice yourself to me? Dream on. I can't handle your 100,000-year spirit ring anyway. Taking only the spirit bone would be too wasteful." Xiaowu looked at Uchiha Tamaki doubtfully. Uchiha Tamaki said, "But speaking of which, we have a common enemy." "A common enemy? How come I don't know about that? There's someone named Tang San in your work-study student dormitory, right? How do you know about that?" "Tang San's father is named Tang Hao. Speaking of Tang Hao, his wife was a blue-silver emperor of 100,000 years. When Tang Hao reached level 90, he deliberately exposed his wife's spirit beast identity, which then attracted pursuit from the spirit hall. He then forced the blue-silver emperor to sacrifice herself to him, after which he killed the spirit hall's supreme pontiff. Now he is hiding in this small Nuoding city. On the day school started, he had already discovered your identity. He plans to repeat his old trick. Once you become close to Tang San, he will create another crisis to force you to sacrifice yourself to Tang San. So, you should be careful." Xiaowu's expression turned very ugly. "How do I know if what you're saying is true or false? I have no reason to lie to you. Besides, I stole Tang Hao's wife's spirit bone." Saying this, Uchiha Tamaki shook the spirit bone in his hand and added, "So you can scram now. Can I follow you? I belong to the spirit hall, so you know, theoretically we are also enemies." Xiaowu looked at Uchiha Tamaki, her gaze flickering. "Why don't you take me back? Firstly, I still have my own things to do. Secondly, the supreme pontiff of the spirit hall is a crazy woman. Then I have nowhere to go. You can return to the Stardow Great Forest. Tang Hao's attention is not on you right now. A transformed spirit beast must interact with humans to continue growing. Then I can't help it." Uchiha Tamaki thought for a moment. "You can also go back and pretend with Tang San. Anyway, you are safe for at least another decade or so, but that will really test your acting skills." Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand. "That's enough. I'm about to start fusing the spirit bone." After saying that, Uchiha Tamaki didn't close his eyes and integrated the blue-silver emperor right leg bone into his right leg. The moment the spirit bone touched the right leg, the two parts stuck together like magnets. Xiaowu curiously tried to approach, but the two clones blocked her way. "Are you still not leaving? Huh, are you clones? You can talk too. What kind of spirit beast ability is this?" Xiaowu curiously examined the two clones. "The main body will reach level 20 after absorbing the spirit bone. Aren't you afraid of being absorbed as a spirit ring if you stay here?" "I'm not afraid. 3 hours later, the first thing Uchiha Tamaki did upon waking up was check his spirit power. He was level 20. Checking his physique again, Uchiha Tamaki felt that he now possessed at least the physique of a spirit king, capable of easily absorbing even a 10,000-year spirit ring. However, Uchiha Tamaki had no intention of changing his choice. A suitable spirit beast was more important than a suitable age. But when he looked up, he found Xiaowu hadn't left, instead nestling in the corner watching Uchiha Tamaki. "Why haven't you left yet? Can I follow you?" "No, you are a walking time bomb. Wherever you go, trouble follows." Xiaowu looked at Uchiha Tamaki with her soft, watery eyes. "Can you still revert to your original form?" "Original form? You mean my soft bones rabbit form?" "Yes, I can only maintain the soft bones rabbit form for a moment right now." Uchiha Tamaki moved, took out a summoning scroll. Come here and put your handprint on this. What is this? A summoning scroll. From now on, you will be my summoned beast. What's the use of this? When I need you, no matter how far apart we are, I can instantly summon you to my side. Likewise, if you encounter danger, you can also use reverse summoning to call me to your side. That miraculous. Xiao Wu was full of surprise. Uchiha Tamaki wasn't sure if Xiao Wu in human form could complete the summoning contract. That's right. Do you want to become my summoned beast? Yes, I want to become a summoned beast. Press your palm onto this circle and inject your spirit power. Xiao Wu followed the instructions and completed the summoning contract. Uchiha Tamaki completed it at the same time. In that instant, a connection suddenly formed between Uchiha Tamaki and Xiao Wu. Moreover, Uchiha Tamaki sensed more. Xiao Wu could not only appear before him in human form but also transform into her rabbit form. Xiao Wu also noticed that Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power was being transmitted to her, and her spirit power was quietly increasing. This was the relationship between a summoned beast and its contractor. When the contractor summons the summoned beast, they need to transmit chakra, which is spirit power. And the summoned beast, once bound by a contract, will also grow rapidly. This could be seen from the original story where Naruto contracted Gamakichi. The first time Naruto summoned Gamakichi, he was just a small tadpole, but in just a few short years, Gamakichi had grown into a super giant toad. Xiao Wu, beast form. Transform. Xiao Wu inexplicably obeyed Uchiha Tamaki's command and immediately transformed into a large rabbit, 2 meters long, entirely white with pink undertones. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki immediately felt his spirit power being rapidly absorbed. Cancel beast form. Xiao Wu returned to human form, and Uchiha Tamaki sat down on the ground, exhausted. Xiao Wu's beast form now was the 100,000-year soft bones rabbit, and maintaining that form consumed far too much energy. Neither he nor Xiao Wu could maintain that form for long. In just a few dozen seconds, Uchiha Tamaki felt half his spirit power had been drained. Now I will teach you how to use reverse summoning technique. When you encounter danger, summon me over. Oh, however, Xiao Wu's stupidity exceeded Uchiha Tamaki's imagination. She spent a whole day learning the reverse summoning technique and still hadn't mastered it, just a few formulaic circuits, and she still couldn't learn it. Forget it. You go back to the Stardew Great Forest first. When I have time, I'll summon you over to teach you. Can't I stay by your side? Stay by my side to do what? To be discovered as a 100,000-year spirit beast and then killed. Then can I go back to Nuoding Academy first? Whatever you want. 016 Flander. This guy is a transformed soul beast. Flender. This guy is a transformed spirit beast. Uchiha Tamaki sent Xiao Wu away. Afterward, he headed directly to the Stardew Great Forest. The Stardew Great Forest is generally divided into 3 main sections: the outer area, the mixed area, and the core area. The outer area is mostly home to spirit beasts of 100 years and low-level 1,000 years. The mixed area is the activity zone for high-level 1,000-year and low-level 10,000-year spirit beasts, while the core area is entirely populated by spirit beasts tens of thousands of years old. Of course, this area division isn't completely accurate. High-aged spirit beasts often cross regional boundaries to move around. Uchiha Tamaki had been in the mixed area for 10 days, constantly searching for the activity zone of the Shisha beast, which was recorded in the Spirit Beast collection texts at the Spirit Hall Library. The Shisha beast barely met the minimum standard for existing in the mixed area, yet it was an extremely peculiar spirit beast. The Shisha beast seemed capable of avoiding danger. Whenever they sensed human spirit masters or spirit beasts, they could always detect the intent, or even before seeing anything, they could sense the danger. The spirit master who recorded the Shisha beast was a level 98 super douluo from a century ago who enjoyed researching spirit beasts as a hobby. To study the Shisha beast, he stayed in the mixed area for several years, observing the Shisha beast's movement patterns and habits. When facing danger, the Shisha beast often took evasive action in advance. After several years of observation and research, he finally concluded that the Shisha beast could foresee danger. It was only because the titled douluo did not show hostility toward the Shisha beast that he was able to observe it for several years. Uchiha Tamaki stopped by a small stream to fetch water while eating some food to replenish his stamina. If the Shisha beast could foresee danger, then it must already know his purpose and would have fled his range of perception long ago. This was a major problem, and Uchiha Tamaki's expression became somewhat grim. If he continued searching like this, he would never find the Shisha beast. Just then, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly heard footsteps. He turned his head to look behind him. Two figures, one tall and one short, emerged from the dense jungle. The taller one wore glasses and had a long, horse-like face. His appearance was truly hard to compliment. The shorter one looked to be only about 1.6 meters tall, but he exuded a powerful and domineering aura. Both sides froze in place, scrutinizing the other. Flender, why is there a child here? Flender stared at Uchiha Tamaki. At this age, appearing in the mixed area of the Stardew Great Forest. Could this little fellow before him be a transformed spirit beast? Uchiha Tamaki noticed Flender showing hostility towards him, along with greed in his eyes, and felt somewhat bewildered. Old Zhao, this guy is very likely a transformed spirit beast. Zhao Wuji's eyes suddenly widened. A transformed spirit beast. In the next moment, an expression of ecstatic joy appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. Flender, help me, he's going to be my 7th spirit ring. At this moment, Zhao Wuji didn't care if he could absorb the 7th spirit ring. His mind was entirely filled with the thought of a transformed spirit beast, 100,000-year spirit ring. A transformed spirit beast. Me. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes widened, filled with shock. Flender suddenly charged toward Uchiha Tamaki. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki dissolved into a puff of smoke. Where is he? Where is that transformed spirit beast? Flender and Zhao Wuji immediately released their mental force to sense the surroundings. Wood release. Root burial. Suddenly, the ground around them began to churn, and then strands of tree roots erupted from the earth, surging toward Flender and Zhao Wuji. Cat-owl possession. Flender hurriedly flew into the air. However, Zhao Wuji was miserable. He had no way to fly up. He continuously tore at the roots, but the number of roots was simply too great. No matter how many roots he broke, more roots would entangle his body. Seeing this, Flender immediately dove down, transforming his hands into cat-owl claws, reaching for Zhao Wuji's hand, attempting to pull him out of the encirclement. But in the next instant, a root that had been ready and waiting suddenly whipped out and struck Flender the moment he was about to grab Zhao Wuji. Ah! Flender cried out as he was whipped away. Flender immediately scrambled up, preparing to ascend, but by then, even more roots had already wrapped around his feet. Cat-owl true body. The phantom image of Flender's spirit behind him suddenly solidified, merging with Flender. Just as Flender was about to spread his wings and fly high, several thick roots immediately coiled around his wings. Ah! The roots directly snapped his wings. Flender let out a scream, and his body was completely dragged down to the ground. It was only then that Uchiha Tamaki appeared in front of Flender. You brat, release me quickly. Flender roared angrily. Uchiha Tamaki ignored Flender's shouting and raised his right palm. Then, Uchiha Tamaki pressed his palm onto Flender's shoulder. Flender immediately felt something drilling into his body, and he could no longer sense his spirit power. Wood release. Mayfly parasite technique. Hey, what did you do to me? Be smart and release me immediately, or else when I break free, you'll be in trouble. Flender was gripped by unprecedented panic. Uchiha Tamaki paid no attention to Flender's curses and walked toward the just subdued Zhao Wuji. Compared to the agility attack system Flender, the attack system Zhao Wuji was more difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he hadn't obtained his 7th spirit ring yet. Otherwise, if he had activated his spirit true body and charged recklessly, he might have actually escaped from his root burial formation. Uchiha Tamaki repeated his trick, reaching out and pressing down on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji also discovered that his spirit power had vanished. Damn brat, what exactly are you? Just then, the root burial technique began to recede. Zhao Wuji and Flender finally regained their freedom, but they couldn't sense any spirit power. Now, you two can start running. Oh, right, running in separate directions might be more advantageous for your escape, Uchiha Tamaki said with a chuckle, looking at the two of them. Flender and Zhao Wuji exchanged a look, turned around, and bolted. Just as Uchiha Tamaki said, they fled in 2 different directions. No matter what that kid was, he was not someone they could handle right now. It was also fortunate that he still wanted to toy with them as playthings rather than killing them outright. The two of them no longer cared about each other's survival, whoever could escape, would escape. They weren't sentimental people who insisted on living or dying together. As for the disappearance of their spirit power, they would deal with that after leaving the Stardew Great Forest. Although their spirit power was gone, their physical bodies were still those of spirit saints. They ran through the mountains and forests as fast as lightning. However, without the boost of spirit power, they couldn't maintain it for long. After running for an unknown amount of time, Zhao Wuji felt his body was extremely exhausted. But he didn't dare to stop, he continued to flee desperately. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji felt a sharp pain in his head. In front of him appeared a spirit beast whose entire body resembled glazed tile. This beast was shaped somewhat like a deer but wasn't a deer, with a slender and agile figure. The twin horns winding and crossing on its head flickered with specks of starlight. This spirit beast was looking at him with a look of disdain. Zhao Wuji could sense that this spirit beast's spirit power was only 5,000 or 6,000 years, but its mental force was a considerable problem. In his prime, Zhao Wuji would naturally not fear it, but currently, he was extremely fatigued, and he couldn't use his spirit power. Beast, are you looking to die? Zhao Wuji reprimanded with a fierce tone masking his fear. However, his reprimand did not scare away the spirit beast before him. Another wave of impact struck, and Zhao Wuji instantly felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer. Blood began to seep from his nose and mouth. 17-second ring, is this the 2.0 version of observation hockey? The spirit beast suddenly charged towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, enduring the excruciating pain as if his head was about to explode, suddenly grabbed the beast's charging twin horns. Although the twin horns of this spirit beast branched like deer antlers, their edges were extremely sharp. Zhao Wuji's hands were covered in blood as he held back the spirit beast's horns. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji felt a strange sensation pass through his body. Immediately after, a tumor grew from his shoulder. The tumor continuously enlarged and then fell to the ground right before Zhao Wuji's astonished eyes. Simultaneously, the tumor began to writhe and eventually transformed into the likeness of Uchiha Tamaki. Upon seeing Uchiha Tamaki, that spirit beast immediately tried to withdraw and flee. However, how could Uchiha Tamaki allow it to escape at that moment? This spirit beast was precisely the reason Uchiha Tamaki had come, the Shisha beast. Wood release. Root binding technique. Uchiha Tamaki clapped his palms together, and over a dozen roots shot out from the ground, firmly binding the Shisha beast. Finally caught it. It wasn't easy at all. Uchiha Tamaki sighed as he looked at the struggling Shisha beast before him. Zhao Wuji sat weakly on the ground, but he could already feel the fluctuations of spirit power and was slowly recovering. You can leave now, Uchiha Tamaki said, turning to look at Zhao Wuji. I don't have the strength right now. Uchiha Tamaki ignored Zhao Wuji and waited for his main body to arrive. Half an hour later, Uchiha Tamaki's main body finally reached the scene. Uchiha Tamaki then split off 4 clones, plus the Woodman clone that had split off from Zhao Wuji, to guard around him. The main body approached the Shisha beast. The Shisha beast looked at Uchiha Tamaki with eyes full of rage. Wood release. Thorn kill technique. PFFT. Wooden spikes drilled out from the ground, piercing the body of the Shisha beast. A deep purple spirit ring materialized from the corpse of the Shisha beast. Uchiha Tamaki sat down cross-legged and began to draw in the spirit ring. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened. This guy was only a quasi-2-ring great spirit master. He is absorbing a spirit beast's spirit ring. He didn't transform into a spirit beast. Damn it, Flender, you've brought trouble upon yourself. But could this guy succeed? A quasi-2-ring great spirit master actually hunting the spirit ring of a 5,000 or 6,000 year spirit beast. Uchiha Tamaki felt pure mental force surging into his eyes. This mental force was quite immense. Even though it was only 5,000 years, it possessed the spiritual impact usually found in 10,000 year spirit beasts. However, in front of Uchiha Tamaki, the Shisha beast's spiritual impact was like a gentle breeze brushing his face, failing to stir up even the slightest ripple. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki felt a sharp stinging pain in his head, and immediately afterward, a pair of sharp horns grew on his forehead. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Is this a spirit bone? No, it's an external spirit bone. Uchiha Tamaki immediately stabilized his mind, suppressed this mental force, and began attempting to merge with and digest the integrated external spirit bone. In less than half an hour, Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes. The second spirit ability of his eyes, danger precognition. Isn't this just an enhanced version of observation haki? Observation haki could predict at most a few seconds, but the second ring spirit ability granted to him by the Shisha beast lasted for 10 minutes. Simultaneously, the external spirit bone also granted Uchiha Tamaki a spirit ability, illusory self-instantaneous. Illusory self-instantaneous turns unfavorable events that would happen within 10 minutes into a dream. Isn't this the enhanced version of Izanagi? Izanagi required the consumption of one Sharingan to activate, but his illusory self-instantaneous didn't require the consumption of a Sharingan. Uchiha Tamaki began to examine the origin of his Mangekyo eyes again. Although they hadn't evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had already taken a huge step on that path. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath. The 5,000 or 6,000 year spirit ring was absorbed so easily by him. Most spirit masters' fourth rings were around this age range, right? Yet, he absorbed a spirit ring of this age for his second ring, and it only took him half an hour. Most crucially, as a quasi-2-ring great spirit master, he could defeat both him and Flender, a spirit saint and a quasi-spirit saint. This kid is simply a monster. Since he saw so many of his secrets, he wouldn't kill him to silence him, would he? However, Uchiha Tamaki's thoughts were not on Zhao Wuji at all. He was savoring the pleasure brought by the increase in his eye's origin. Although it hadn't reached the level of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, at least blindness wouldn't occur in the short term. Uchiha Tamaki sensed his spirit power again, level 22. A 5,500-year spirit ring, plus a pair of external spirit bones, increasing his level by 2, was still reasonable. He currently had several minor clones at home. They probably stored 1 or 2 levels of spirit power. If all of that were returned to the main body, he might reach level 24. Uchiha Tamaki collected the corpse of the Shisha beast, glanced at Zhao Wuji leaning under the tree, and turned away, disappearing into the darkness. As for whether Zhao Wuji would die here, that was none of his business. He now possessed the skill from the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone, flight and ceaseless vitality. The powerful self-healing ability also gave him the qualification to challenge the sage art of Shikatsu Forest. Eye of Void. In the next instant, Uchiha Tamaki appeared in Shikatsu Forest. Lord Huan, you have arrived. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the gigantic body before him, which seemed like several interconnected mountains. Yes, I have come to receive the inheritance of the sage art. The slug sage split off a clone that came before Uchiha Tamaki and then spat out a pool of mucus. Lord Huan, I can feel the majestic life force within your body, just like Lord Hashirama back then. Now, please accept the same trial that Lord Hashirama underwent. Uchiha Tamaki took off his clothes and walked into the mucus. The moment his feet touched the mucus, corrosion began. Uchiha Tamaki felt an unprecedented stinging pain. However, Uchiha Tamaki's right leg flashed with a brilliant azure light, beginning to repair the skin that was being corroded. Ignoring the stinging pain, Uchiha Tamaki simply lay down, allowing the mucus to corrode his entire body. The mucus even began to seep into Uchiha Tamaki's mouth and nose, but the blue light continued to exert its effect. The surging life force instinctively merged with Uchiha Tamaki's wood release, blooming into an even more majestic life force. Large trees began to grow in the surroundings. The roots of these trees absorbed energy from the earth and then transformed into pure life force that surged into Uchiha Tamaki's body. Also absorbed by the trees was the natural energy permeating the air of Shikatsu Forest. After being absorbed by these newly grown plants, the natural energy then flowed into Uchiha Tamaki's body. At the beginning, Uchiha Tamaki still felt immense pain as the mucus eroded his body. But gradually, he discovered the surging life force and natural energy were nourishing his body. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki finally realized why, over so many years, only Senju Hashirama could display the perfect sage mode. Whether it was Naruto, the Son of Destiny, or Minato Namikaze, or even Jiraiya. They all had time limits, but Senju Hashirama had no such time restriction. Whatever he called for, it came instantly. He could maintain sage mode for as long as he wanted. He fought Uchiha Madara for 3 days and 3 nights while still maintaining Sage mode. Because of the absorption and conversion by the plants, what Senju Hashirama absorbed was refined natural energy. Unlike Jiraiya, Naruto, and Minato Namikaze, they all used it while enduring the side effects of Mount Myoboku's natural energy. Once their bodies reached their limit, they would start exhibiting toad features. 18. The Slug Sage enters spectator mode. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tamaki discovered that his 2 spirit rings were also absorbing natural energy. And the first spirit ring had already reached the 1,000-year level. Natural energy can increase the age of a spirit ring. However, this passive infusion was a bit slow. Uchiha Tamaki recalled the energy circuit that Xiaowu constructed externally when she was condensing her own spirit ring. He should also be able to construct an energy circuit. Moreover, the construction process of Susanoo was incredibly similar to the energy circuit constructed when Xiaowu was self-condensing her spirit ring. Uchiha Tamaki immediately attempted to construct the meridians and bones of the Susanoo. Meridians began to outline themselves above Uchiha Tamaki's body. These meridians formed complex and obscure roots. The process of golden energy flowing through the meridians could be clearly seen. Subsequently, this energy was injected into the spirit rings. The slug sage curiously leaned closer, observing the spirit rings around Uchiha Tamaki's body. She could roughly tell that these spirit rings strongly resembled some kind of energy circuit related to chakra. The second spirit ring was the first to reach 10,000 years, transforming from purple to black. The first spirit ring also turned dark purple, but at this point, Uchiha Tamaki felt he had reached his limit. Uchiha Tamaki stopped increasing the spirit ring age and continued absorbing natural energy. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Tamaki finally opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the slug sage's sweet and gentle words, but a fist the size of a casserole pot. Bang! This iron fist directly stunned Uchiha Tamaki. Covering his face, he looked up, and then he saw the person he least wanted to see. Tsunade. She was staring at Uchiha Tamaki with a furious expression. Tsunade was enraged. The moment she saw the Mangekyo in Uchiha Tamaki's eyes, she knew she had been tricked. Uchiha brat, I'm going to kill you. Lady Tsunade, why are you so angry? After all, you are my teacher. You dare talk back. Tsunade suddenly leapt up, appearing instantly in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Bang! The ground was shattered by her punch, and terrifying power continued to spread in all directions, leaving a giant fissure pit dozens of meters wide on the ground. Uchiha Tamaki had already dodged. Uchiha Tamaki's second spirit ability had been activated. All of Tsunade's movements were predicted by Uchiha Tamaki. However, although the second spirit ability was remarkably effective, it was also continuously draining his spirit power. Katsuyu, quickly stop this crazy woman. I apologize. You are both my contractors, I cannot favor one side. The slug sage watched Tsunade chase Uchiha Tamaki with great interest. It was just a pity she didn't have sunflower seeds. Damn it, the shut-in Katsuyu is unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Uchiha Tamaki clapped his palms together. Sage art. Sage mode. Several lines appeared on Uchiha Tamaki's face, a black dot on his forehead, and 2 smudges under his eyes like eyeshadow. When Tsunade saw the eyeshadow in Sage mode, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Uchiha Tamaki's Sage mode was almost exactly the same as her grandfather's. After entering Sage mode, Uchiha Tamaki's basic attributes, spirit abilities, and ninjutsu were all enhanced several times over. Tsunade delivered another violent high kick, and Uchiha Tamaki abruptly darted away. After leaping over 10 meters away, he forcefully pushed off the ground and, taking advantage of Tsunade's momentary opening, punched her in the abdomen. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Tamaki expressionlessly. Uchiha Tamaki awkwardly retracted his hand. Can you go lighter? Bang! In the face of absolute numerical superiority, even mechanism-based abilities cannot exert their true effect. Tsunade was a numerical monster. Even with several times the enhancement, Uchiha Tamaki's current physique was at best at the Spirit Saint level, whereas Tsunade's base state was titled douluo level. Uchiha Tamaki covered his face. If his vitality hadn't been so tenacious, he might have actually been beaten to death by Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade rush over, Uchiha Tamaki slapped the ground with both hands. Wood release. Wood golem technique. A 30-meter-tall wood golem rose from the ground and fiercely slapped towards Tsunade. Tsunade ignored it, directly colliding with the giant palm of the wood golem. The wood golem also had half its body smashed by a single punch from Tsunade. Tsunade descended like a goddess, throwing a punch toward Uchiha Tamaki. Katsuyu, send me away. Quick. Finally, the Katsuyu was reliable for once. Just as Tsunade's fist was about to smash his head, Uchiha Tamaki's figure vanished from the Shikatsu forest. Katsuyu. Why? He is the heir you chose, and also the heir of the Shikatsu forest. I cannot let you kill him, the slug sage stated matter-of-factly. Of course, the main reason was that Uchiha Tamaki had already mastered the sage art of the Shikatsu forest. So, relatively speaking, Uchiha Tamaki was clearly more orthodox than Tsunade. Who? Uchiha Tamaki lay on the ground. That was close, he almost died. As expected, his base stats were too low. Even with the Sage Art bonus, he couldn't withstand Tsunade's brute force demolition squad. After resting for a long time, Uchiha Tamaki managed to prop himself up and survey his surroundings. Where did the Katsuyu send me? What lay before him was a dense forest, but it was different from the environment of the Shikatsu forest, which was filled with the pungent smell of viscous fluid. Uchiha Tamaki activated his spirit bone ability, flight. Uchiha Tamaki was about to enjoy himself, but after flying for a short while, he felt his spirit power was more than halfway depleted. As expected, the flight ability from the Blue Silver Emperor 10,000 year. Right leg bone was chicken rib-like useless. Only the skill, Endless Life, was useful, equivalent to Senju Hashirama's hand seal-less self-healing effect. But the consumption for flight was too fast, it was completely unsuitable for long-distance travel. Just as Uchiha Tamaki was about to land, a strong gust of wind swept past, directly knocking Uchiha Tamaki onto the ground. Uchiha Tamaki looked up to see a young blonde riding a large white bird stopped not far away. Hey, kid, where are you from? Why are you appearing here? Deidara. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the young blonde in surprise. However, Deidara at this time hadn't put on the black robe with red clouds yet, so he probably hadn't joined the Akatsuki organization. I am searching for the meaning of life. The meaning of life. That is naturally the art of explosion. That momentary splendor is what I pursue, Deidara said, closing his eyes and spreading his arms, seemingly intoxicated by his own dream. Kid, come pursue the art of explosion with me. No, Uchiha Tamaki refused without hesitation. Kid, are you looking to die? Uchiha Tamaki activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his purple and black spirit rings shone beneath his feet. Genjutsu. Binding technique. Deidara's expression instantly became clear. The next moment, Uchiha Tamaki appeared behind Deidara. He had just been educated by Tsunade not long ago, but Tsunade was a pure numerical monster, so Uchiha Tamaki endured it. But what was Deidara? Just some trash rooster who dared to provoke him. Deidara, as a future official member of the Akatsuki organization, his destructive power surpassed most cage levels. However, during his time in the organization, he had been educated by Uchiha Itachi, who had just joined the Akatsuki, using Genjutsu. At that time, Uchiha Itachi only had to glare at Deidara, and Deidara fell into a Genjutsu. Later, when the second Uchiha fought against Deidara, the second Uchiha directly abandoned his advantageous situation and started playing around with ninjutsu and close combat with Deidara. One must know that Deidara's destructive power ranked high even within the Akatsuki organization. It could only be said that the second Uchiha was always arrogant, and thus always got hurt. In contrast to Deidara's powerful destructive capability was his resistance to Genjutsu. Within the Akatsuki organization, he was only slightly stronger than Orochimaru. A cold touch and a needle-pricking killing intent came from the back of Deidara's neck, instantly waking the immersed Deidara from the Genjutsu. Who were you just saying was looking to die? Deidara immediately charged forward, attempting to escape Uchiha Tamaki's grasp. But his feet tripped, and he tumbled to the ground. His legs were inexplicably entangled by a vine. Say sorry. 019 Anti-Konoha village is established. Deidara lay on the ground, rubbing his hands constantly, and then spat out two clay birds. Exploding clay. Little flying birds. The two small birds flew toward Uchiha Tamaki. However, they only blasted the air. Uchiha Tamaki had already perceived the danger and sensed the impending threat. The next moment, vines wrapped around Deidara on the ground and began to constrict tightly. Deidara felt like he was about to be strangled to death and quickly shouted, "Ah! I'm sorry, I'm sorry." At this time, Deidara had not yet created C4 Garuda, nor could he self-detonate with CO. He had not witnessed the most brilliant artistic explosion, so he certainly didn't want to die. As expected, as long as he didn't encounter a numerical monster like Tsunade, his combat power was still quite considerable. However, there were very few numerical monsters in the entire ninja world. Everyone still preferred to play around with ninjutsu combinations. Tsunade might not be the strongest, but her sheer stats truly made Uchiha Tamaki's scalp tingle. "Let's go. Take me to a nearby town first to get something to eat." Uchiha Tamaki casually released the vines restraining Deidara. Deidara stretched a bit, began crafting a clay giant bird with his clay, and pondered whether he should detonate it when Uchiha Tamaki boarded the clay giant bird. Uchiha Tamaki seemed to sense Deidara's little thought and said, "My eyes can perceive everything that happens within the next minute, so you had better not force me to slap you." Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, Deidara completely abandoned the thought of revenge. 1 minute, unless he could create a clay bomb with explosive power that Uchiha Tamaki couldn't escape within a minute, he had no way to deal with him. "Big brother, I am Deidara. What should I call you?" "Uchiha Tamaki." "Brother Huan, where are we going now?" "Didn't I say, the nearest town?" "Which direction?" Deidara and Uchiha Tamaki looked at each other. They were both directionally challenged. After a moment of speechlessness, they finally had to choose a direction randomly. It had to be said, Deidara's clay giant bird was genuinely convenient. Although its speed wasn't fast, it flew steadily. Of course, it was also because Deidara's chakra was vaster than Uchiha Tamaki's. Given his age, Uchiha Tamaki estimated he was at least at the level of 6 rings to 7 rings. "Deidara, is your clay ninjutsu a bloodline limit or a secret technique?" "Bloodline limit, it's a variation of explosion release." Deidara spread his hands, revealing a mouth on each palm. "Any object blessed by these 2 mouths of mine can be imbued with explosive effects." Uchiha Tamaki finally resolved the doubt in his heart. Deidara's clay explosion was one of the 10 great unsolved mysteries of the ninja world, constantly debated by readers. In the official settings, Deidara's clay explosion was a secret technique. However, Deidara had stated multiple times in the plot that his was explosion release. "So, you don't necessarily need clay. This is chakra clay. It has strong plasticity and extensibility, making it the most suitable medium to complete my explosive art." Uchiha Tamaki was slightly disappointed. If it were a secret technique, he could politely ask Deidara for it. But a bloodline limit was impossible. Just then, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly saw a battle between ninja appearing ahead. Flying over the battlefield, he discovered that one side consisted of Konoha ninja, and the other side was an old acquaintance of Uchiha Tamaki, Geno. Although Geno was once a Jonin from Kagero village, he specialized in mechanisms and traps. His direct combat was terrible. However, the 4 on the Konoha side were not formidable characters either, none of them seeming to reach Jonin level. "Go give the Konoha ninja a big present," Uchiha Tamaki said, pointing toward the Konoha ninja. "Alright, let's go." "Hey, you idiot fool. We're still in the sky." Uchiha Tamaki immediately felt Deidara control the clay bird and dive straight toward the battlefield. Uchiha Tamaki grabbed Deidara and used his flying spirit ability to fly into the air. The clay bird violently plunged into the battlefield. Boom! A mushroom cloud shot into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield. Even Uchiha Tamaki, suspended in midair, was hit by the air current and almost fell. After landing, Uchiha Tamaki subjected Deidara to a barrage of punches and kicks. "Damn it, that was my close friend, and you just blew him up like that." "Be big brother. You didn't say. Don't hit my face." Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet." Geno stood up from the ruined battlefield, his face completely blackened. After taking 2 steps, he plopped down and fell asleep again. "Whew, I'm alive." Uchiha Tamaki put down the large bowl, wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth, and counted over a dozen empty bowls in front of him. Deidara glanced at the unconscious Geno beside him. "Aren't you going to find him a doctor?" "Huh, I thought you would take responsibility, since you were the one who injured him so badly. But, isn't he your close friend? Oh, our relationship has been severed. Why was it severed? It's because I caused destruction in Konoha last time and used him as a scapegoat. Do you think he's too petty for severing ties with me over such a small matter? Ah, hee. Deidara expressed that if it were him, he would also cut ties. However, Uchiha Tamaki in front of him dared to cause trouble in Konoha and still escape unscathed. He couldn't afford to provoke this madman. In the end, after eating his fill, Uchiha Tamaki still took Geno to find a doctor. Geno, completely wrapped up like a rice dumpling, looked at Uchiha Tamaki with a very complicated expression. He already knew that this child before him was the Uchiha Tamaki who, a few months ago, used genjutsu to control him and force him to hand over the detonating tag control zones hidden in every corner of Konoha. Cough, cough. Today is a day worth celebrating. Our anti-Konoha village is officially established. Wait a minute, when did I say I wanted to join that anti-Konoha village? Deidara immediately retorted. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze toward Deidara turned dangerous. Deidara stiffened his neck and said, I have no interest in the anti-Konoha village. I want to pursue my art. Even if you create the most powerful bomb, it's meaningless without a testing ground. Only a village like Konoha is worthy of your art, Uchiha Tamaki said. Deidara considered it and realized that Uchiha Tamaki had a point. If his explosion could bloom in the center of Konoha, it would surely be the greatest art of his life. Uchiha Tamaki then looked at Geno. If you don't speak, I'll assume you agree. So, is our goal to destroy Konoha? Deidara asked. No, I am establishing a ninja village, named Anti-Konoha Village. Then what forces do you have behind you? Currently, the two of you have developed into cadres. Then I might as well fly directly over Konoha right now and drop AC-4 Dragon. Do you think Konoha's barrier is just for show? Uchiha Tamaki looked at Deidara speechlessly. The only time Konoha was breached was by the 6 Paths of Pain. Only that level of overwhelming combat power could possibly break through Konoha. 020 I am willing to become an honorary member of the Akatsuki organization. Then what is the first step to establishing a village? Deidara asked. Uchiha Tamaki thought for a moment and said, it should be site selection. Have you chosen a location? I have. Where? Right across from Konoha, Uchiha Tamaki said. I'm going to establish our ninja village right across from Konoha. Deidara and Geno both felt that Uchiha Tamaki was just a brat with a terrible personality, moody, and capricious, and that establishing the anti-Konoha village might have been a sudden whim of his. Yet, this brat's strength was something they couldn't resist. Since the location for the village has been chosen, what's next? We'll go put up a sign opposite Konoha. You two go ahead. I can't move right now, Geno said. It's fine, Deidara's bus, whoever rides it knows, it's completely smooth. Geno was thus carried by Uchiha Tamaki onto the C4 clay giant bird bus. They flew straight outside Konoha, and both Geno and Deidara looked toward Uchiha Tamaki. Are we landing? Landing for what? Are you looking to die? You know it's looking to die, too. I thought you weren't afraid of anything. I act as I please in front of you because I know you can't do anything about me, but I can't fight all of Konoha's ninja. So, I'm happy to keep a low profile and lower our altitude. When the clay giant bird flew to an altitude of about 20 meters, Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki at the gate also spotted Uchiha Tamaki. Huan, is that you? That's right, it's me. Uchiha Tamaki said. Big brother Kotetsu, big brother Izumo, long time no see. Since you've already left, why are you coming back? Kotetsu Hagane snorted coldly. Izumo Kamizuki moved his lips but ultimately said nothing. I'm here to tell Konoha that you're getting new neighbors. Uchiha Tamaki put his hands together. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The ground churned, and large trees shot up from the earth, forming a small forest right at Konoha's main gate with hundreds of trees. I am going to establish a new village opposite Konoha, and it will be called the Anti-Konoha Village. Remember to inform the Sandame. Oh, and, thank you both for taking care of me before. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki watched the clay giant bird fly away. They exchanged a look and quietly returned to Konoha. The clay giant bird soared high in the sky. What is the point of doing this? Those trees barely cause any trouble for Konoha. Just to give them something to be unhappy about, Uchiha Tamaki said dismissively. You don't seem to have any plan for revenge, Geno observed. When my strength is great enough, any plan becomes meaningless. I just need to recklessly charge into Konoha and kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and all of their relatives and friends. Geno hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at Geno. I don't want anyone jumping out in the future during my revenge to tell me that those people were innocent. Have you forgotten? I also have a blood feud with Konoha. Suddenly, a sheet of paper appeared in front of the clay giant bird, and then more and more paper gathered together. Eventually, it formed a blue-haired woman. This woman wore a black cloak with red clouds, white paper flowers on her head, and a pair of wings made of paper on her back. The clay giant bird immediately slammed on the brakes in midair. Deidara immediately shouted, "Hey, woman, are you looking to die?" Uchiha Tamaki glanced at Deidara. Sure enough, he hadn't been beaten enough. This was the second in command of the Akatsuki organization, codenamed Angel, whose name was Konan. Moreover, she was a super rich woman. What right did Deidara have to speak so loudly in front of her? Deidara, I am here to invite you to join our organization. Deidara's expression was somewhat stunned. Was he that popular? First, he was inexplicably pulled onto the anti-Konoha village bandwagon by Uchiha Tamaki, and now someone popped up wanting to invite him to join her organization. Why are you inviting me? Because you are strong enough. Everyone who can join our Akatsuki organization is an elite among elites. Hey, are you looking down on my big brother? You invite me but not my big brother. That's right, woman, you have now angered this great master. Kneel down immediately and apologize to this great master. Big brother, we're in the sky right now, should I kneel to the air? Deidara asked. Konan's face gradually darkened. These two brats needed to be taught a lesson. The next moment, Konan waved her wings forward, and countless sheets of paper transformed into paper blades attacking the clay giant bird. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly leapt forward, quickly formed hand seals, and used fire release, Great Fireball technique. Although the Great Fireball technique had never killed anyone in the original story, it was still the standard opening move for the Uchiha clan when going to war. Even Uchiha Madara started his battles with a Great Fireball technique. A large mass of flames burned the incoming paper blades to ashes. Konan's gaze sharpened, and she waved her hands, sending dozens of exploding tags toward Uchiha Tamaki. Just then, more than 10 small clay birds shot over from behind, blocking the exploding tags. The resulting explosions created a dense area of blast radius in the air. Uchiha Tamaki activated his flight skill and easily passed through the gaps in the explosions. By the time Konan could see clearly, Uchiha Tamaki had already closed the distance to her. Konan's body instantly dissolved into countless pieces of paper, only to recoalesce dozens of meters away. It had to be said that Konan's paper release was just like the elemental transformation of a Logia devil fruit in one piece, it could evade most attacks. Uchiha Tamaki floated in the air, looking at Konan from a distance. Konan appeared slightly surprised. Uchiha Tamaki's strength was not weak. It seems I was ignorant. Do you want to join the Akatsuki organization as well? No, I have my own village. Oh, Konan noticed Uchiha Tamaki was not wearing a forehead protector. Normally, a ninja from any village would wear one to prove their identity. Which village are you from? Anti-Konoha village. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Konan's expression was quite dramatic. Anti-Konoha village. That's right, woman. You have caught my attention. Do you want to join my anti-Konoha village? What is your relationship with Konoha village? Uchiha Tamaki activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Yes. Uchiha. Konan immediately understood when she thought of the anti-Konoha village. If you want to deal with Konoha, you can join our Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi is also in your organization, right? Konan's pupils suddenly contracted. There was an insider facing an Uchiha traitor. How do you think I should treat him? Konan sighed. It seemed this recruitment attempt was a complete failure. This Uchiha before her clearly couldn't coexist peacefully with Uchiha Itachi. Konan turned to leave, but Uchiha Tamaki quickly called out, "Wait, although I can't join, I can be an honorary member." What do you mean by honorary member? CH21 The Hidden Mist Village is a talent reserve pool. Your Akatsuki organization probably isn't a proper organization, right? Conan's face was dark. Did he even consider what he was saying? What did he mean their Akatsuki organization wasn't a proper organization? In the future, any bad things I do can be done in the name of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Tamaki said. Conan felt that the sheer thickness of this kid's skin was unbelievable. You're blatantly framing us, should I be thanking you? What benefits does our Akatsuki organization get? Fame. The more and bigger the bad deeds you commit, the more it proves how strong your abilities are. For an organization to develop, it needs fame, whether it's good fame or bad fame, it's still fame. Conan thought about it, and it seemed to actually be the case. Wait, no, the Akatsuki organization is dedicated to world peace, not some terrorist organization. Whoever wants this kind of rotten reputation can have it. I forbid it, Conan said coldly. If not, then forget it. Uchiha Tamaki shrugged indifferently. However, I still hope that the anti-Konoha village and the Akatsuki organization can coexist peacefully, as we have no conflict of interest. I also hope we can coexist peacefully. Oh, right, if one day you guys can't make it, you can join our anti-Konoha village. There won't be such a day, Conan said, turning and leaving with a dark expression. Uchiha Tamaki watched Conan's retreating back and shouted loudly, that's not certain. By then, it will be me, the down-on-his-luck CEO, falling for a nouveau riche. Conan's figure paused for a moment in the distance, then fled the awkward atmosphere at an even faster speed. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki turned to Deidara and Geno, let's go, time to get to business. How do we get started? By recruiting people and making money, of course, Uchiha Tamaki said as a matter of course. Where do we recruit? Where do we make money? Deidara and Geno were, neither of them people suited for foundational work. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the two of them. As the elders of their anti-Konoha village, they were completely useless and couldn't offer a single viable suggestion. Uchiha Tamaki thought for a long time, we're going to the Hidden Mist village. Where was the place suffering the most severe talent drain right now? It was naturally the Hidden Mist village. Moreover, anyone who could escape the Hidden Mist village was definitely an elite Jonin, all of them daring fighters, all harboring dreams. The land of water, where the Hidden Mist village was located, was isolated overseas. This was also why, even though things were already chaotic within the Hidden Mist village, no one attacked them. The other four great ninja villages were all conserving their strength, their power steadily increasing, yet only the Hidden Mist village was still implementing the Bloody Mist policy. But even so, if the other four great ninja villages wanted to attack the Hidden Mist village, they would have to cross the ocean. Furthermore, fighting within the land of water meant long supply lines, giving the Hidden Mist village a geographical advantage. Thus, no matter how pathetic the Hidden Mist village was, the other four great ninja villages kept their distance. Riding the clay giant bird northward, they spent several days and crossed the Great Sea, still failing to see any land. Brother Huan, are you sure we didn't take the wrong direction? Without any reference points, even Deidara felt a bit uneasy. Relax, even if we get lost, I have a way to escape. Uchiha Tamaki patted Deidara's shoulder. What about me and the old man? I'll naturally wish you luck. Deidara and Geno had now realized they were on a pirate ship. Their leader was just that irresponsible, and he didn't even bother to disguise it. There's a ship below, Geno suddenly shouted. Uchiha Tamaki looked down and indeed spotted a small black dot on the sea surface. I'll go down and ask for directions. Uchiha Tamaki jumped directly off the clay giant bird. When Uchiha Tamaki landed on the deck, a tall man, half his body wrapped in bandages, half his face covered, and carrying a large sword on his back, immediately drew the great sword from behind him. Behind the man was a timid young girl, her face filled with terror. Are you sent by the village to hunt me down? Uchiha Tamaki looked at the tall man, then at the great sword in his hand. His gaze then fell upon the young girl behind him, and his expression gradually became twisted. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zabuza watched Uchiha Tamaki warily. Who exactly are you? Although Uchiha Tamaki looked young, the fact that he could descend from the sky meant he wasn't a simple character. Zabuza, I've come to invite you to join my village. Are you a ninja from another ninja village? Could you be an Iwagakure ninja? Iwagakure's super heavy earth style had the ability to manipulate one's own gravity, so Zabuza mistook Uchiha Tamaki for an Iwagakure ninja. I am the Kage of the Anti-Konoha village. Anti-Konoha village. That's right, the ninja village I established. Uchiha Tamaki extended his hand. Come on, join my ninja village. I will never betray the Hidden Mist Village. Zabuza was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. He fled after failing to assassinate Yagura Karataki. He was doing the most rebellious things, yet he was also the most loyal to the Hidden Mist Village. What do you think of the current Hidden Mist Village? Zabuza remained silent. Uchiha Tamaki continued. It's hard to change the current Hidden Mist Village, it's deeply entrenched. And you are currently a rogue ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. Join my ninja village, build a homeland that you approve of, and perhaps in the future, when the anti-Konoha village grows strong, you can even seize the Hidden Mist Village. At that time, you can change the Hidden Mist Village in your own way. Why is the ninja village you established called anti-Konoha village? Uchiha Tamaki activated his Sharingan. When Zabuza saw those eyes, he finally understood. The entire ninja world knew what those eyes represented. So your goal is revenge against Konoha? No, I just want revenge against the Sandaime and his faction. In my plan, Konoha will also be within my grasp. Fine, I'll join your anti-Konoha village, but I also have my own goals, so you better not obstruct me. Of course. Welcome to the fold, Zabuza, and Haku. Zabuza's expression changed slightly. Haku was someone he had just adopted, and he had only just given the name. Why did the person before him know? Had he been hiding around him all along? Uchiha Tamaki looked up at the sky and waved his hand. The clay giant bird landed on the deck, and Uchiha Tamaki began introducing the members. This is Deidara, this is Geno, this is Zabuza, this is Haku. Add me, the cage of the anti-Konoha village. Let's call myself the first generation anti-cage. Where is our village? How many people are currently in the ninja village? Zabuza asked. Currently, our ninja village is still in the initial founding stage, and the numbers are small. Uchiha Tamaki patted Zabuza's shoulder and said earnestly, however, I believe we all share a common goal. As long as we all work hard together, we can certainly achieve the 4 modernizations. Is it too late for me to quit now? Of course, I've always been fair. You can swim back yourself, Uchiha Tamaki chuckled, looking at Zabuza. Otutu Orochimaru, you disappoint me so much. With Zabuza's guidance, they finally landed successfully in the land of water. A lax outer defense line. This was Uchiha Tamaki's judgment of the Hidden Mist Village, or rather, there was no outer defense line at all. Perhaps the Hidden Mist Village felt that no external enemy would ever come. And since they were busy playing in the bloody mist, no one cared about the outer perimeter. Uchiha Tamaki and the others smoothly entered the surrounding area of the Hidden Mist Village. At night, the group sat around the campfire, blaming each other for their terrible barbecue skills. Tui, in the future, any ninja who joins our village must undergo training in outdoor grilling techniques. Uchiha Tamaki spat out the charcoal-flavored roast meat. Haku, girls must have a good skill. I'm a boy, Haku replied timidly yet dissatisfiedly. That's not important. Anyway, in the future, we who oppose Konoha village must have our own village's culinary culture. You will be the minister of culinary culture for our village. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the forest. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at his arm, and every hair stood on end. A figure walked out of the shadows. It looks like you have some excitement going on here. Do you mind if I join you? A pale face appeared before everyone. A slender body swayed slightly as it walked, with 2 strokes of purple eyeshadow smeared near the corners of the eyes, and a cold smile playing on the lips. She, Uncle Snake, Aunt Snake, great scientist, great inventor, #1 in human biology, immortal tough guy. These were all nicknames for one person. Oh, Uncle Snake. Uchiha Tamaki grinned and waved his hand. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Tamaki, dangerous light shooting from his eyes. You know me. 2 spirit rings flickered beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet, and his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Orochimaru, as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, could be said to be the biggest boss in the early stages of the Naruto story, perhaps even the coolest boss. However, contrary to his strength was his resistance to genjutsu, which was even weaker than Deidara's. Deidara was at least instantly defeated by Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo. But Orochimaru was instantly defeated every time he faced the Sharingan. He couldn't even withstand Sasuke's genjutsu. This was because every time he performed the living corpse reincarnation, his soul would suffer partial defects, causing his resistance to genjutsu to worsen. Upon seeing Uchiha Tamaki's eyes and the two spirit rings beneath his feet, Orochimaru's eyes immediately burst with intense light. It was a thirst and craving for new things. What a miraculous power! Are these two rings the ability of those eyes of yours? Want to study them? If you join us, perhaps you'll have a chance to study them, Uchiha Tamaki said. According to the original plot, after Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru rashly attacked Uchiha Itachi, attempting to steal his Mangekyo Sharingan, resulting in him being listed as a traitor by the Akatsuki organization. It was after Uchiha Itachi that Orochimaru's desire and fanaticism for the Mangekyo Sharingan grew even stronger. Now that he appeared here, he must have already betrayed the Akatsuki organization, and his purpose for coming here was the same as his own, to find talent. He must have found the sole survivor of the Kagaya clan, the Shikatsumuku user, Kimimaro, during this trip. I prefer to control things myself. Orochimaru was immediately about to launch an attack on Uchiha Tamaki. But the next moment, Orochimaru's movement froze. He found he couldn't move at all. At this moment, sitting across the campfire was no longer Uchiha Tamaki, but Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from the campfire and walked step by step toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you disappoint me so much. Orochimaru's mind was clear. He knew the Hiruzen Sarutobi before him was fake. He knew it was genjutsu. But his body simply could not move. Time and time again, it's always like this. Why can't you learn your lesson? Why can't you face the Sharingan directly? Cold sweat poured down Orochimaru's face. Using strong willpower, he controlled a white snake to emerge from his sleeve and bite his neck. The pain instantly brought him back to clarity, and Uchiha Tamaki and the others were still sitting by the campfire. I'll remember you, Uchiha. Orochimaru spat out his threat and tried to vanish into the forest. Orochimaru, don't you want to know the secrets of this world? I can tell you, and I can provide you with a lot of funding so you can research to your heart's content. Even if one day you manage to defeat me, you can use me as research material, or even possess this body of mine. Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, looking at Uchiha Tamaki with suspicion and uncertainty. Are you serious? Yes, Uchiha Tamaki nodded. For example, I know where the leader of the Akatsuki organization got his Rinnegan and how it appeared. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Uchiha Tamaki with a slightly hesitant gaze. I established a ninja village, the Anti-Konoha village. I am the first-generation anti-Hokage. If I need to know the origin of the Rinnegan, what do I need to do? The Kagaya clan is about to be exterminated by Yagura Karataki. Go bring back one sole survivor of the Kagaya clan, that kid named Kimimaro. Speaking of which, the Bloody Mist policy enacted by Yagura Karataki was quite neurotic. He declared he wanted to build a pure hidden mist village, claiming all bloodline limit families were monsters and must be eradicated. It was normal for him to issue this absurd Bloody Mist policy because his mind was being controlled by Obito. But what was most abnormal was that someone actually accepted this absurd policy. It could be said that there wasn't a single ninja emerging from the hidden mist village who was normal. Zabuza Momochi, who assassinated the Mizukage, was the most loyal to the hidden mist. Kisame Hoshigaki, who killed his comrades, craved companionship the most. Kimimaro, treated as a killing machine, needed approval the most. Uchiha Tamaki then looked at Haku, that cross-dressing master whom he couldn't afford to provoke. And Yagura Karataki, who longed to create a powerful ninja village, instead caused the tragedy of the Bloody Mist. The Bloody Mist policy, which lasted for years, led to the tragic deaths of countless excellent ninjas under the blades of their own people. And the future fifth-generation Mizukage, Mei Terumi, possessed nearly perfect conditions, powerful strength, outstanding looks, a high position, and even a gentle personality, yet she was a self-doubting woman desperate to marry. 3 days later, Orochimaru reappeared before Uchiha Tamaki. Beside him followed a little boy. The boy had pale skin, white hair, and 2 cinnabar dots between his eyebrows. He followed Orochimaru expressionlessly. It seems the Kagaya clan has been exterminated. It truly makes one sigh. It seems that descendants of the Otsutsuki are always linked to clan annihilation. Lord Huan, I have brought the person you requested, Orochimaru said. Well done. Then can you tell me the origin of the Rinnegan now? 23. The Golden Three Fools visit again. The Rinnegan worn by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, does not belong to him, but was placed on him by someone else. That person is Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Tamaki stated. And Pain is actually just a corpse puppet. The one controlling Pain is the current owner of the Rinnegan, named Nagato, a disciple of Jiraiya. Nagato is also just a pawn in a massive conspiracy. For novel reading in Taiwan, trust the most reliable source. Hearing this shocking information, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constricted. Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's gaze toward Uchiha Tamaki grew even more fervent. So, the Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan. Uchiha Tamaki nodded, then shook his head. The Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan, but it is a completely separate system. The conditions required to evolve into the Rinnegan are extremely harsh. Then is your goal also to evolve the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan is just the necessary power for me to achieve my goal, not the goal itself. Then what is your ultimate goal? That is another matter. So, what do we do next? Orochimaru asked. Money. Uchiha Tamaki said. To establish a village, we need money. You all go to the land of waves and find a gangster businessman named Gato. Gato controls all maritime trade in the land of waves. You will seize Gato's business, as well as his wealth. Us. Then what about you? I am going to do something more meaningful, Uchiha Tamaki stated. With their current team, they couldn't defeat the Akatsuki organization, nor could they fight the 5 great nations. Although everyone was talented, they lacked top-tier fighting strength and deep foundations. They couldn't accomplish anything without those, so it was better to focus on improving their own strength first. Once his strength was sufficient, he could do whatever he wanted. First Hokage, I want something. What is it? A ninjutsu from the Scroll of Seals. When you secure Gato's assets and influence, I will give it to you. Uchiha Tamaki knew that Orochimaru definitely wanted Edo Tensei. Only a shadowy person like Orochimaru would learn such a dark skill. Also, I might be gone for a year or 2 this time. You're just dumping this mess on us and running off. The task I need to accomplish is extremely important. It is laying the foundation for our future. Uchiha Tamaki returned to the douluo world, reappearing in the Stardo Great Forest. The last time he traveled to the Naruto world, he activated the Eye of Void within the Stardo Great Forest. Uchiha Tamaki was just about to take a breath of the fresh douluo world air. Suddenly, a chill swept over him from behind. Uchiha Tamaki turned his head and saw a massive body concealed in the shadows. The spirit beast hiding in the darkness exuded an eerie and deathly aura throughout its entire body. Uchiha Tamaki brought his palms together. Wood release, wood golem technique. Rumble. In an instant, countless tree roots intertwined and converged to form a colossal wooden golem 30 meters tall. The wood golem raised its giant palm and swooped toward the shadow. The spirit beast in the darkness instantly transformed into a stream of purplish black light, leaping away to evade the wood golem's giant palm. With another bounce, it scaled the golem's arm, climbing upward. In less than a second, it was right in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Its body resembled a giant tiger, with wings growing from its back, its tail composed of segmented bones, ending in a scorpion-like stinger, and a pair of protruding fangs in its mouth resembling 2 sharp blades. Its entire body was constantly enveloped by purplish-black energy. Dark demonic evil god tiger. Uchiha Tamaki's pupils instantly constricted. This was the spirit beast in the original story that brought Tang-san closest to death, almost ending douluo 1 prematurely. Only one dark demonic evil god tiger existed in every generation, so this one was undoubtedly the one Tang-san would face in the future. Darkness, space, time, spirit, thunder, speed. These were the attributes of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Uchiha Tamaki moved, actively meeting the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger shot 2 blood-red light blades from its mouth. Uchiha Tamaki flickered, narrowly dodging the attack. Simultaneously, a kunai appeared in his hand, and as he dodged, he flung the kunai toward the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger was a classic, mechanics monster, but Uchiha Tamaki was also a mechanics monster. The dark demonic evil god tiger whipped its tail, directly knocking away the flying kunai. Its tail seemed to possess the ability to extend infinitely, suddenly stabbing toward Uchiha Tamaki. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki, suspended in midair, instantly exploded into a cloud of white mist. The next moment, Uchiha Tamaki appeared above the dark demonic evil god tiger's head and punched it squarely on the forehead. The dark demonic evil god tiger cried out in pain and tumbled off the wood golem's shoulder. However, during the fall, the dark demonic evil god tiger quickly adjusted its posture, spread its wings, and soared into the air. After circling once in the air, it swooped down again to attack Uchiha Tamaki. But what awaited it were numerous roots that suddenly extended from the wood golem, forming a vast net that moved to envelop the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger maneuvered left and right in the air, finally evading all the attacks. Seeing it was about to reach Uchiha Tamaki, Uchiha Tamaki quickly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Looking at the approaching dark demonic evil god tiger, Uchiha Tamaki took a deep breath. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Closer and closer. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly spewed out a torrent of scorching flames. Whoosh! The dark demonic evil god tiger rushed out of the range of the flames. Even though it possessed the evil god protection skill, it was still burned quite miserably. Its originally dark and glossy fur was scorched bald, looking quite wretched. But Uchiha Tamaki knew that these burns wouldn't even count as minor injuries for the dark demonic evil god tiger. Uchiha Tamaki remained standing on the wood golem's shoulder. The dark demonic evil god tiger stared at Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki also stared at the dark demonic evil god tiger. The two stood there, glaring at each other, for over 10 seconds. This brat in front of it was too troublesome. Although his damage output wasn't high, he made it extremely uncomfortable. Finally, it gave up continuing to attack Uchiha Tamaki, transforming into a streak of black light and disappearing into the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest. Uchiha Tamaki also breathed a sigh of relief. His current offensive power was insufficient. He was only able to entangle the dark demonic evil god tiger by relying on mechanics. If the fight had continued, he would have had to flee. It was the same for mechanics monsters. Perhaps I can't win, but I certainly can't die. The same applied to the dark demonic evil god tiger. It was already 5 days later when he walked out of the Star-Do Great Forest. Uchiha Tamaki let out a long breath. This trip was truly difficult. Next time he activated the Eye of Void, he must find a slightly safer place to travel. Having been away for 2 months, Uchiha Tamaki no longer wished to linger outside. He then returned to Spirit City. At the entrance of Spirit City, Uchiha Tamaki's tattered appearance caused the guards to stop him. However, once he revealed his spirit ring, he was immediately granted passage. At his doorstep, Uchiha Tamaki saw Juliana, Yan, and Xiaoyu waiting at the entrance. "Why are you all here?" Uchiha Tamaki looked at the golden 3 fools before him, a hint of displeasure on his face. He had traveled for so long and now only wanted a good rest, completely lacking the desire to fight anyone. Ch24 Those who understand, understand, those who don't won't understand even if I explain. That teacher asked us to follow you to learn combat skills. Juliana looked at Uchiha Tamaki with some trepidation. Uchiha Tamaki split off a clone. "No need to come to me. Starting tomorrow, pick a place to practice. This clone of mine will conduct practical combat training with you." "What? For us, the dignified golden generation, you're just sending a clone to train with us?" Open black lens bracket. When writing to this point, I hope readers remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Net, for relaxation. It's super useful. Close black lens bracket. The golden 3 fools were furious, and then they were just furious for a moment. "I'm very tired. Don't bother me anymore." Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand and turned back into his house. At this moment, 4 mining clones were still at home, and Tenten was hiding at home cultivating. Seeing Uchiha Tamaki return, the 4 mining clones immediately dissolved. The spirit power they had cultivated during this period was all merged back into Uchiha Tamaki's body. Level 24, Level 25, Level 26, Level 27. Uchiha Tamaki took a deep breath, and the surging spirit power made every bone in his body stretch out with pleasure. However, Uchiha Tamaki immediately noticed that his spirit power felt somewhat illusory. Because all this spirit power came from the clones' cultivation and had not undergone physical compression, it gave Uchiha Tamaki the feeling that the quality was low. "It seems I cannot rush to absorb the 3rd spirit ring. I need to calm down, condense my spirit power, and consolidate my cultivation. Not long after Uchiha Tamaki returned, Yu Guan rushed over in a hurry. Xiao Huan, did you risk absorbing a 5,500-year spirit ring? Show it to me. Yu Guan's tone was very certain. He understood Uchiha Tamaki's personality. Since Uchiha Tamaki had already made a decision and returned after being away for so long, he must have already absorbed the spirit ring. Uchiha Tamaki released his spirit rings, one purple and one black. Yu Guan's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Wasn't your first spirit ring a 100-year spirit ring? And what about this second spirit ring of yours? I don't know why. Go ask the Supreme Pontiff. Uchiha Tamaki didn't want to explain right now. What kind of attitude is that? I am your teacher, old Jew, I am very tired. I work hard outside to improve my strength, isn't it all for supporting you in your old age in the future? Can't you show some understanding? Did I force you to be this tired? I would rather you cultivate slowly in Spirit City than venture out adventuring every day. Wait, Uchiha Tamaki pinched the bridge of his nose. Why did this conversation sound like a hard-working husband and a wife longing for companionship? Yu Guan also noticed this blind spot, then the master and disciple exchanged a glance and immediately avoided each other's eyes. Well, I have something to do, I'll be leaving now. Oh, old Jew, take care. Yu Guan immediately headed to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Yu Guan, your disciple is back. Yes, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, Xiao Huan is back. He's a two-ring now, right? Bibi Dong also sighed with emotion. Uchiha Tamaki's talent was truly excellent, and more importantly, his combat awareness was very strong. Back then, she herself only reached level 20 when she was 9 years old. Yet Uchiha Tamaki was only 7 years old and had already reached level 20. Even she envied Uchiha Tamaki's first spirit ability, it was practically a divine skill. It was extremely useful for both combat and cultivation. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, your subordinate has a question. What question? My disciple's first and second spirit rings turned purple and black. He said Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff knows the reason. What? Bibi Dong suddenly stood up from the pontiff's throne, looking at Yu Guan with great surprise. Did the age of his spirit rings really change? Indeed, Bibi Dong's heart was both shocked and overjoyed. A god exam candidate. Definitely a god exam candidate. Your disciple has been chosen by a god, Bibi Dong said. The increase in spirit ring years should be a reward from the gods. Yu Guan gasped, followed immediately by immense joy. Ha 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 ha. Yu Guan laughed heartily, but then he realized he was in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, so he hurriedly suppressed his laughter, though the smile on his face could not be hidden. Thinking of his disciple's unprecedented talent, it was not surprising that he would be noticed by a deity. Teach him well. In the future, he will be this seat's right and left arms. Yes, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Yu Guan left the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and a ghost mist appeared before him. That ghost mist quickly took human form. The person who arrived was Yu Guan's good buddy, Gui Mei, a fellow level 95 super douluo. Hey, old Gui, how did you know my disciple passed the god's trial? Quote? Gui Mei looked completely bewildered. I don't know, but he was also very happy that Yu Guan had accepted such an outstanding disciple. I've long heard that you took a disciple, but I've been out on missions for over a year. It's time to find a moment to prepare a grand gift for your disciple. Gui Mei hadn't expected that the disciple Yu Guan took was this outstanding. Let's go see my disciple right now. Yu Guan wanted to let more people know immediately that he had accepted such an excellent disciple. The two of them arrived at Uchiha Tamaki's small courtyard only to find Uchiha Tamaki soaking in a bathtub, and he was even asleep. Your disciple really knows how to enjoy himself. Gui Mei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thump, thump, thump. Yu Guan kicked the side of the bathtub. Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes and looked at Yu Guan. Old Jew, what is it now? Xiao Huan, let me introduce someone. To you, Gui Mei, my best brother. Uncle Gui. Uchiha Tamaki stood up and cupped his hands in a respectful salute. Gui Mei looked at the naked Uchiha Tamaki. Actually, this gift isn't absolutely necessary to bow for. What level are you now? Level 27, almost 28, Uchiha Tamaki said with a slight frown. Hiss. Level 27. Why aren't you happy? My spirit power is increasing a bit too fast. I feel my spirit power isn't condensed enough. If I use a spirit ability, it consumes much more spirit power. I estimate the quality of my current spirit power is only equivalent to that of a level 24 spirit grandmaster. Yu Guan and Gui Mei also observed Uchiha Tamaki seriously. They did indeed feel that Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power was somewhat illusory. Old Chrysanthemum, you didn't use some medicine on Xiaohuan to rapidly increase his spirit power that affected his foundation, did you? How could I do something that destroys my own future? However, Xiaohuan's situation is indeed a bit special. Yu Guan explained Uchiha Tamaki's first spirit ability once. Gui Mei showed a look of astonishment. No wonder. It seems now that cultivating too fast is not a good thing either. Yu Guan also looked somewhat troubled. The only way they two knew to condense spirit power was to slowly wait for time to pass, allowing the body to compress the spirit power bit by bit. But if they did this, it would undoubtedly slow down Uchiha Tamaki's cultivation speed. In that case, Uchiha Tamaki's advantage would completely disappear. Perhaps he would still be faster than most innate full spirit power geniuses, but he wouldn't have a massive advantage. Uchiha Tamaki was also thinking of a solution. After much thought, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly remembered the spirit core cultivation method from douluo 10,000 years later. 10,000 years later, titled douluo were everywhere, and spirit douluo were common, largely due to the spirit core. To condense a spirit core, one first needed the mental force of a titled douluo, which was precisely what Uchiha Tamaki lacked the least. Use mental force to control spirit power to form a vortex, then form spirit power inertia, and then compress it until it forms a spirit power entity. However, Uchiha Tamaki's mental force was sufficient, but his spirit power was not. The spirit power of a titled douluo was like a lake, but Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power was just a damp spot. No matter how much his mental force stirred it, it was impossible to form a vortex from a damp spot. It seems I have to slowly wait for time to pass. Uchiha Tamaki shook his head. Ch25 Old Jew. I should get a shrine set up to worship him later. 1 year later, Uchiha Tamaki was 8.5 years old, and his spirit power had reached level 30. And after a year of settling down, the solidity of his spirit power had finally reached the required level. During this year, Uchiha Tamaki never slacked off on his sage art training, so as soon as the cooldown for the Eye of Void ended, he would immediately head to the Shikatsu forest in the Naruto world. He spent half his time cultivating sage arts and the other half condensing his spirit power. However, advancing 3 levels in 1 year was still astonishingly fast. Fortunately, the solidity of his spirit power kept pace. A normal person's spirit power solidity could be considered 1. A year ago, his spirit power solidity was 0.7. This was a very dangerous level because to break through to titled douluo, the spirit power solidity needed to be at least 2 or higher. The spirit core in douluo 2 was born from highly condensed spirit power. Once a spirit core was condensed, the spirit power solidity would reach 5, and the difficulty of breaking through to titled douluo would be far lower than in the douluo 1 world. Furthermore, having a spirit core versus not having one were 2 different concepts, with a massive gap in combat strength. This was understandable. After all, if the Spirit Master's world showed no progress over 10,000 years, that would truly be strange. It was just that now, Uchiha Tamaki had a new requirement for his 3rd spirit ring. Mental, time, or space, as long as it matched one of these, it would suffice. A creature like the Shisha beast, possessing both mental and time attributes, was exceedingly rare. The age was not an issue. As long as Uchiha Tamaki was willing to spend time, the spirit ring's age could eventually be increased. However, Uchiha Tamaki required a spirit beast whose origins were powerful. What constituted a spirit beast with powerful origins? It meant a spirit beast that had the potential to grow to at least 100,000 years. The mental attribute was relatively the easiest to acquire. Both time and space were considered rare attributes. It could be said that any spirit beast possessing time and space attributes had the potential to cultivate to 100,000 years of age. The mental attribute was comparatively easier to find, though this was only relative to the time and space attributes. Uchiha Tamaki unconsciously thought of the dark demonic evil god Tiger. However, a 60,000-year age was still too high for him. And it was too difficult to kill. The combat power of the dark demonic evil god tiger might not equal that of 100,000-year spirit ring, but its mechanics were far more troublesome than a 100,000-year spirit beast. Even if he brought Yu Guan and Gui Mei along, there was a chance they could fail. Uchiha Tamaki did not want them to take risks for him. Uchiha Tamaki and his 10 clones continuously searched through the mountain of books. Just then, Yu Guan ran in, holding a book in his hand. During this period, Yu Guan had also been selecting spirit beasts for Uchiha Tamaki. Xiao Huan, what age spirit beast are you looking for? Anything above 10,000 years will do. Xiao Huan, look at this eye monster that is over 9,000 years old. It is a pure mental type spirit beast. Uchiha Tamaki took the book Yu Guan handed over. There was a portrait of an eye monster on it. The body of this eye monster was a giant eyeball, surrounded by dozens of thin, long tentacles extending outwards. Uchiha Tamaki's pupils contracted sharply. How was this an eye monster? This was clearly an evil eye tyrant. The evil eye tyrant possessed not only mental attributes but also time and space attributes. The recorder was likely limited by their own strength and thus failed to discover the evil eye tyrant's true origin. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Uchiha Tamaki looked excitedly at the introduction of the evil eye tyrant. It's that one. Where is it now? Isn't 9,000 years a bit too low? Yu Guan asked with slight hesitation. He had already checked Uchiha Tamaki's physique multiple times. Absorbing a spirit beast of 2 or 3 tens of thousands of years would be more than enough. It's fine, it can be improved anyway, Uchiha Tamaki said dismissively. What he needed was the spirit beast origin of the evil eye tyrant. Unless it was a 100,000-year spirit beast, its origin would not see a massive improvement. Below the 100,000-year mark, the difference in spirit beast origins was not that significant. And 100,000 years marked the beginning of a qualitative change. That God's trial reward also has a usage limit, right? Old Jew, the reward given by a deity depends on how much faith power one has. If many people believe, then the deity will grant more rewards. Xiao Huan, which deity gave you the God's trial? I should get a shrine set up to worship him too and contribute some faith power. Forget it. If you dare to set up an idol or shrine for another god in Spirit City, that old dog Qian Dalu will crack your skull open that very day. Speaking ill of someone behind their back is not the act of a gentleman. Just then, a voice descended from the sky, accompanied by holy light that filled the small courtyard with warmth. Qian Daoliu floated down from midair. Yu Guan tensed up completely upon seeing him. However, Qian Daoliu's gaze was not fixed on Yu Guan but was appraising Uchiha Tamaki before him. Likewise, Uchiha Tamaki was sizing up this moral benchmark of the douluo world. It could be said that for the next 30,000 years, among the people with names, Qian Daoliu was the true standard of morality. It wasn't that he hadn't made mistakes, such as fathering the secret chamber douluo. But he had never intentionally committed a single evil deed. Qian Daoliu had also heard that their spirit hall had produced another genius favored by a deity. Qian Daoliu was surprised to find that Uchiha Tamaki's mental force was actually on par with his own. However, he did not sense any divine force fluctuations from Uchiha Tamaki. Was it because the god's trial had just begun, so the deity had not invested too much attention? I will recommend a spirit beast to you, Qian Daoliu said. Uchiha Tamaki looked toward Qian Daoliu. Was this a gesture of goodwill? If it were an ordinary spirit beast, it would not meet the standard for showing favor. Qian Daoliu said, Crimson Shadow. Uchiha Tamaki was slightly confused. What kind of spirit beast is that? This is a super spirit beast discovered in the Sunset Forest, possessing life, mental, space, time, darkness, sacred, flame, thunder, ice, and earth attributes with an age of 20,000 years. The concept of a super spirit beast already existed in this era. For example, the dark gold dreadclaw bear, true dragon, emerald swan, thunderclap flame prison vine, and demonic eye tree all belong to the ranks of super spirit beasts. Although these super spirit beasts varied in strength in the natural world, if they were of the same age, they shared one characteristic: extreme attributes. The Crimson Shadow was also among the super spirit beasts, and its specialty was that it did not possess extreme attributes, it possessed almost all attributes. After hearing Qian Daoliu's introduction, Uchiha Tamaki fell into hesitation. The superfluous attributes of the Crimson Shadow were not suitable for him, they might even pollute the origin of his Sharingan. Excluding the life attribute, the other attributes were either unsuitable or would affect his own origin, such as sacred, flame, thunder, ice, and earth. They did not mesh at all with his mental, time, and space attributes. Are you worried that the extra attributes will affect your own spirit? Qian Dalu seemed to have seen through what Uchiha Tamaki was thinking. Uchiha Tamaki nodded. Qian Dalu chuckled. The reason I recommend you choose the Crimson Shadow is because its spirit ability is called non-action bestowal. What kind of spirit ability is that? Non-action bestowal can temporarily grant life to any object, along with a random attribute and a spirit ability matching that attribute, Qian Dalu explained. The Crimson Shadow is suitable for spirit masters of any attribute spirit, and a spirit master who obtains the Crimson Shadow spirit ring can randomly add one attribute to their spirit, along with the corresponding spirit ability. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes widened, and shock appeared on his face. The spirits, spirit rings, and spirit beasts of the douluo world were myriad and strange, but Uchiha Tamaki never expected there to be such a miraculous spirit beast. Ch-26 Bibidong is a lunatic, and Uchiha Itachi is a crazy man. Let me take you there, Qian Dalu said. High Priest, do you have any conditions? Uchiha Tamaki almost blurted out calling him old man, but he remained somewhat wary of Qian Dalu. It wasn't that he feared Qian Dalu would harm him, but rather that he might propose some excessive demands. Haha, you are the most outstanding among the younger generation of our spirit hall. A little help from me is nothing, Qian Dalu said with a hearty laugh. What did Qian Dalu need now? He only needed to wait for his granddaughter to become a god, he wanted nothing else. And whether Uchiha Tamaki achieved godhood in the future or not, he was still a member of their spirit hall. As long as that point was secured, his investment would not be a loss. He didn't need to demand anything, just providing him with cultivation resources and showing him favor was the most brilliant overt scheme. The cultivation of a spirit revolved around one's state of mind. Especially above level 95, a person with flaws in their state of mind would find it impossible to advance throughout their life. Therefore, Qian Dalu was not at all afraid that his investment would go down the drain. Then I will have to trouble the High Priest. With Qian Dalu acting as a free chauffeur, Uchiha Tamaki couldn't find any reason to refuse. If he traveled there himself, it would take another month or so, wasting Uchiha Tamaki's time. Uchiha Tamaki now sees the cooldown time of the Eye of Void. 1 month he cultivated senjutsu in the Shikatsu forest in the Naruto world, and the next month he cultivated and refined his spirit power in the douluo world. However, Uchiha Tamaki's monthly use of the Eye of Void was causing his eyesight to decline somewhat. Although he supplemented some of the Sharingan's essence during the second ring, before reaching the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, this kind of depletion was almost irreversible. Of course, there was another method, White Zetsu. But in these 2 years, Uchiha Tamaki hadn't encountered any White Zetsu. Especially in the last year, Uchiha Tamaki hadn't even left the Shikatsu forest, and White Zetsu was unlikely to show up there to chat about life and ideals with him. In the environment of the Shikatsu forest, if a White Zetsu entered, it would certainly become fertilizer. After informing Yu Guan, Qian Dalu picked up Uchiha Tamaki and soared directly through the sky. If Uchiha Tamaki flew by himself, Yu Guan would also have to escort him. If Uchiha Tamaki's speed was 1, then Yu Guan's speed was 5, and Qian Dalu's speed was 50. If Qian Dalu hadn't used his spirit power to shield Uchiha Tamaki would have been crushed by the airflow by now. Qian Dalu was also definitely a numerical monster, only his stats were probably slightly inferior to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In terms of pure destructive power, Qian Dalu was probably at the same level as the Nine-Tailed. Of course, if it was combat strength, Qian Dalu would certainly be stronger than the Nine-Tailed. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could destroy a nation. In the original work, Uchiha Madara used the beast transformation, Jagged Pain, to enhance the Nine-Tailed, and the subsequent tailed beast ball he fired directly crossed the ocean and exploded on the land on the other side. Judging by the continental distribution of the Naruto world, the tailed beast ball from the Valley of the End battle most likely landed in the interior of the Land of Lightning. Little Huan, what are your thoughts on the future? To become stronger. I mean, do you want to become the supreme pontiff or an elder of the Hall of Worship? If nothing unexpected happens, I will choose to become an elder of the Hall of Worship. Oh, why, leisure. Qian Daoliu was clearly probing Uchiha Tamaki's character and tendencies. This would determine how he treated Uchiha Tamaki in the future. He didn't mind Uchiha Tamaki being ambitious. To Qian Daoliu, ambition wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Your eyes are very special, and your combat awareness and style are very different from the douluo continent. Can you tell me about your origin? Qian Daoliu asked. Overseas, there is a country called Konoha. The founders of this country were two clans, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tamaki said. The two clans were originally sworn enemies, but decades ago, the leaders of both clans grew tired of the slaughter and decided to abandon their hatred and jointly establish Konoha. Because Senju clan leader Senju Hashirama had an open and kind personality, while Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Madara had a cold and domineering personality, Senju Hashirama was elected as the king. Uchiha Madara's personality destined him to not be liked by others, so after a disagreement over political views, Uchiha Madara left Konoha. When he left, he tried to persuade his clansmen to leave Konoha with him, but the Uchiha clansmen, accustomed to comfort and unwilling to wage war again, all refused to leave Konoha, and Uchiha Madara departed alone. What happened next? Qian Daoliu asked, captivated by the story Uchiha Tamaki was telling. 20 years later, Uchiha Madara returned, and he came to destroy Konoha. Senju Hashirama came to stop Uchiha Madara. That battle destroyed a large area of land, and many people were tragically killed by the collateral damage of their fight. Uchiha Madara was ultimately defeated, but Senju Hashirama also exhausted too much life force during the fight with Uchiha Madara. He passed away not long after that battle. Since then, the various clans within Konoha began to ostracize the Uchiha for decades. Later on, the Uchiha clan began to split into a radical faction and a peace faction. The radical faction attempted to seize Konoha's political power to establish the Uchiha clan's status. As for the peace faction, it's the sorrow of the complacent dogs. Since they betrayed Uchiha Madara, their ending was already sealed, Qian Daoliu sighed. Uchiha Tamaki snapped his fingers. Complacent dogs, a very accurate description. The Uchiha clan leader Fugaku is a standard member of the peace faction, and he is indecisive. Yet, he tries to mediate the conflict between the radical and peace factions, caught in the middle, finding it difficult either way. His eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, is quite similar to Bibi Dong. What do you mean, similar to Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong is a lunatic, and Uchiha Itachi is a crazy man. Qian Daoliu's expression became complicated. Although Bibi Dong was a bit mad, she was still his Senju family's daughter-in-law, and now she was being called a lunatic by a brat. Uchiha Tamaki ignored Qian Daoliu's internal drama and continued. When Uchiha Itachi was young, he interacted with the third king. The king said Uchiha Itachi was an Uchiha with a broad perspective, possessing the king's way of thinking. He believed the contemporary third king's words, and then he began to think that he alone among the entire Uchiha could see the situation clearly. Uchiha clansmen were sent one after another to the most dangerous battlefields, and then he claimed this was all contributing to the big Konoha family. However, the compensation payments were not given to the Uchiha. He then argued that Konoha was also going through difficult times, and why couldn't the clansmen understand Konoha's difficulties? Hiss. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He really was a crazy man, no doubt about it. At this point, the internal conflict intensified, and then Uchiha Itachi declared that for the stability and prosperity of Konoha, he must personally eliminate the Uchiha. Then, from the 80-year-old grandmother down to the wailing infant, he took care of them all by himself. From then on, the Uchiha clan was completely erased. He managed to do something like that alone. How much of a genius must he be? Qian Daoliu exclaimed. Most of the clansmen in our Uchiha clan awaken a spirit in the form of these eyes. When their emotions are extremely stimulated, they awaken a very special form, which we call the Mangekyo, superior to the ordinary Sharingan, Uchiha Tamaki said, flashing his Sharingan. The six-pointed star pattern shimmered with an eerie light. Itachi awakened the Mangekyo, so he possessed power superior to all his clansmen. Qian Daoliu lowered his head, looking at the eyes of Uchiha Tamaki held in his hand. He saw the process of Uchiha Tamaki's eyes changing from 3 tomo to Mangekyo. Are your eyes also Mangekyo? That's right. The Mangekyo is also known as the eye that reflects the heart. The moment it awakens, the strongest obsession in one's heart will be reflected as real power. I guessed Uchiha Itachi's actions, so I fled Konoha in advance, but I was intercepted by Konoha's pursuers. At that moment, a sword pierced my chest, and it was also at that moment that I awakened the Mangekyo. Do you know what my heart reflected? What? 027 The mind reflects, awakening out of fear of death. I was afraid to die, I fled frantically. Because I feared death too much, at the moment that sword pierced my chest, I wished time could be reshaped. Thus, my left eye mastered time, and my right eye mastered space. Qian Daoliu sighed with emotion. He never expected Uchiha Tamaki to have such a bizarre background, nor possess a Mangekyo filled with such mystical colors. Since the Uchiha possess such immense power, what power do the Senju clan, who can rival the Uchiha, wield? My other spirit, which controls plants, can also be called wood release. Controlling plants, that ability seems rather ordinary. Uchiha Madara, as the strongest of the Uchiha clan, his eyes are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is even stronger than the Mangekyo. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fought their entire lives and Hashirama never lost, not even once. Finally, they had their decisive battle in a forest. That fight changed the terrain of hundreds of kilometers. That forest eventually became a massive basin and was named the Valley of the End. That battle is also known as the Battle of the Valley of the End. Qian Daoliu's body trembled slightly, almost losing his grip on Uchiha Tamaki. God level. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were definitely God level experts surpassing level 100. Even if he and Tang Chen exerted their full strength, they couldn't alter the terrain over hundreds of kilometers. No wonder Uchiha Tamaki was favored by the gods. It turned out he inherited the power of both the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. You said the Konoha country is overseas. Yes. Then what is the strength of the Konoha country? Very strong, but it's difficult to cross the ocean to come here. Why, since you could come, shouldn't they be able to as well? My right eye is the eye of void, capable of crossing space, Uchiha Tamaki explained. However, near the Ninja World continent where the Konoha country is located, there is another continent called the Sun-Moon continent. The Sun-Moon continent is roughly the same size as the douluo continent, but the individual strength on the Sun-Moon continent is generally weaker. Super spirit masters above level 95 are nearly extinct. It is a complete nation, but the Sun-Moon continent possesses spirit tool technology far surpassing the douluo continent. Qian Daoliu gasped, realizing there were other continents overseas. Will there be wars between those continents? It's unlikely within a few hundred years, unless the spirit tool technology on the Sun-Moon continent makes a leap forward, allowing them to build aircraft capable of crossing the sea, or if someone on our douluo continent achieves godhood. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for the two continents to meet. Will someone on the Sun-Moon continent or the Ninja World continent achieve godhood? The only one with a chance to become a god is the one you are holding. But if I achieve godhood, the first thing I will do is return to the ninja world to settle accounts with Konoha. Qian Daoliu chuckled dryly, but he was still somewhat worried. Uchiha Itachi's talent should also be very high, right? Does he have a chance to become a god? Impossible. That fellow Itachi suffers from bloodline disease, which is a hereditary illness in our Uchiha clan. Some people contract this disease, and the more he uses his eyes, the faster he dies, Uchiha Tamaki said. However, I hope he doesn't die too quickly. 2 years ago, he chased me around like a dog. I hope that when I become a god, I can also chase him around like a dog. With the ability of your eyes, you probably don't need to wait until you become a god. No, I still want to wait until I become a god before settling scores with him. The ability of his eyes is too disgusting. What is the ability of his eyes? His left eye is called Amaterasu. Anyone he gazes upon instantly ignites on their body with an inextinguishable black flame that can only be extinguished after all their spirit power is burned away. Qian Daoliu grimaced. This ability was truly unreasonable. What about the right eye's ability? It's called Tsukuyomi. If someone is stared at by him, their consciousness is dragged into a Tsukuyomi space. Within the Tsukuyomi space, the enemy's consciousness cannot resist at all and will endure 3 days and 3 nights of torture, while only 1 second passes in reality. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, Qian Dalu broke out in a cold sweat. The Mangekyo is divided into two major types, Tomo and straight line. Tomo represents the ultimate illusion enhancement, while the straight line type represents the ultimate destruction enhancement. Itachi is a typical representative of the Tomo type, and my eyes are the representative of the ultimate destruction type. I didn't feel that the destructive power of your eyes was that strong. When you fought the 102 ring great spirit masters of the Spirit Hall Academy 2 years ago, you used a lot of illusions. I felt your eyes should be Tomo type. Our Uchiha clan's eyes inherently have an enhancement for illusions, it's just a matter of how much enhancement, a lot or a little. I only slightly bullied some children, but if we were hit by Uchiha Itachi's illusion, probably most of those 100 students would be driven to mental instability. Our douluo continent specializes in the cultivation of spirit masters themselves, while the Sun-Moon continent specializes in spirit tools. Then what does the Ninja World continent specialize in? Creating spirit abilities. We have many self-created spirit abilities, and our Uchiha clan, due to the enhancement of the Sharingan, is best at creating illusions. Is summoning technique also a self-created spirit ability of the Ninja World continent? That's right. When he helped Guang Ling contract a summoned beast back then, Uchiha Tamaki never intended to hide it. If I have the chance, I really want to go see the Sun-Moon continent and the Ninja World continent. After flying for a day, they stopped midway to rest for one night. They continued their journey the next day and finally saw a forest ahead. Qian Daoliu did not head towards Heaven Do City but flew directly into the Sunset Forest. Qian Daoliu clearly knew the exact location of the Crimson Shadow, so he flew straight there without even needing to navigate. Although the Sunset Forest was smaller than the Star Do Great Forest, it still occupied a vast area for the two empires. Qian Daoliu still spent half a day before finally arriving near the Crimson Shadow's habitat. Uchiha Tamaki and Qian Daoliu landed on the ground and began a meticulous search. The Crimson Shadow possesses a mental force attribute and is extremely skilled at concealing its aura. So, unless observed directly with the naked eye, there is absolutely no way to find its traces, Qian Daoliu said. Sigh, if only I had the Byakugan, Uchiha Tamaki said wistfully. What is the Byakugan? In the Konoha country, there is a clan famous for its dojutsu, equally renowned as our Uchiha clan. They are called the Hyuga clan. Their pupils are white and capable of seeing through objects and seeing far away. It doesn't sound very impressive. Well, it truly isn't that impressive, except that one of their ancestors was quite formidable. How formidable? Barely splitting a continent in half. 028 third generation Hokage's dirty tricks. It feels like everyone on the Ninja World continent is ridiculously strong. Are you sure they can't cross over? Don't worry, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, only a few have appeared in 1,000 years. As the saying goes, the strongest in the ninja world looks to Konoha, the strongest in Konoha looks to the Uchiha, and the strongest of the Uchiha looks to me. Once I become a god, I'll raise Konoha to the ground, leaving behind nothing but a flock of useless chickens and dogs. Didn't you say the Hyuga clan is on par with your Uchiha clan? That Hyuga clan is insane. Their family is divided into the main house and the branch house. Because the Byakugan can be extracted and used by others, the main house inscribed a self-created spirit ability on the heads of the branch house members, named Caged Bird. As long as someone tries to dig out the eyes of a branch house member, their head will explode. Furthermore, the control remains entirely in the hands of the main house, meaning the main house completely controls the life and death of the branch house members, Uchiha Tamaki explained. Caged Bird. It truly lives up to its name. Qian Daoliu couldn't imagine such a cruel spirit ability being used against their own people. There's even stranger stuff. Over a decade ago, the 5 great nations of the ninja world had just stopped their war. Then, an envoy from the Land of Lightning came to Konoha for peace talks. That night, he snuck into the Hyuga clan, kidnapped the Hyuga clan's little princess, but was encountered and killed by the clan head while rescuing his daughter. Afterwards, for the sake of peace, the Konoha Sandaime declared that the Hyuga clan head killing the Land of Lightning envoy was wrong, and demanded the Hyuga clan head take responsibility. The Hyuga clan head then dragged out his branch house twin brother to take the blame. This sounds too fake. The Konoha nation doesn't use hereditary succession, but a recommendation system. 20 years ago, there was an incredibly powerful titled douluo whom people from other nations called the White Fang of Konoha. Because his merits were too outstanding, everyone thought he would definitely become the 4th generation king. Then, he was sent out on a mission. During the mission, his companion encountered danger. At that moment, he faced a dilemma. Saving his companion meant the mission would fail, but completing the mission meant his companion would die. Qian Daoliu leaned his head back in shock. It's not what I'm thinking, is it? That's right. That mission was a trap. He chose to save his companion, and the mission failed. When he returned to Konoha, everyone criticized him verbally and in writing, even the companion he saved accused him. And the originator of all this was the 3rd generation king. No matter what choice the White Fang of Konoha made, the outcome was the same. Qian Daoliu saw the essence of the matter. The despicable things he did are too numerous to count. Have you ever heard of a victorious nation paying war reparations to a defeated nation? Hiss. Tell me in detail. On the Ninja World continent, Konoha is the strongest, rich in land and resources. Powerful families with strong bloodlines all joined Konoha at the founding of the nation. After the Sandaime took power, he began consolidating his position. The method he used to consolidate his position was dispatching people from other clans to fight on the battlefield, while his own clan members rested and recuperated. When the fighting had reached a stalemate, he would send his own clan members onto the battlefield to snatch the merits. By then, everyone else was too exhausted to fight on, and the enemy nation was the same, only his clan still had the strength. Normally, if they just kept fighting and sent their clan members in, they could wipe out the enemy nation. But he refused. He insisted on starting peace talks, even if it meant paying reparations. A king like that still has supporters. Yes, after the 3rd Great Ninja War ended, he was ousted due to his terrible war strategy. The 4th generation Hokage worked hard to govern and attempted to improve relations between the nation and the Uchiha. However, due to an accident, the 4th generation couple died. The Sandaime claimed there was no suitable candidate to become the 5th generation, so he shamelessly resumed his post for a few more years. The death of the 4th generation, it wasn't related to him either, was it? The death of the 4th generation wasn't orchestrated by him, but originally, he was the one supposed to die, Uchiha Tamaki stated. Listening to Uchiha Tamaki recount the secrets of the ninja world, Qian Daoliu felt the journey had become much more interesting. In the ninja world, there are 9 extremely powerful spirit beasts, ranging from 100,000 years to 900,000 years old. Konoha village controls the 900,000-year spirit beast and sealed this beast inside a human. This person is called a Jinchuriki and can borrow the spirit beast's power. Other nations also have Jinchuriki. The 4th generation's wife was the Jinchuriki of this generation. But when she was giving birth, the spirit beast escaped its seal and wreaked havoc in Konoha. To seal this spirit beast, the 4th generation couple sacrificed themselves, sealing the spirit beast inside their newborn son. This sealing process was supposed to be carried out by the Sandaime. There are 900,000-year spirit beasts in this world. More than that, the wonders of this world far exceed your imagination. The Jinchuriki you mentioned, do you know how to do that? I don't know how, but I know the method. I'll study it when I have time. Recently, Uchiha Tamaki had been studying the Flying Thunder God technique and the adamantine sealing chains. He could use the Flying Thunder God technique relatively skillfully, but the adamantine sealing chains required too much spirit power for him to utilize. What a pity. The douluo continent only has 2 100,000-year spirit beasts. Are you referring to the 2 100,000-year spirit beasts in the Stardo Great Forest? Yes, those 2 are just gatekeepers. There are even stronger ones in the Stardo Great Forest. There are gods residing in the Stardo Great Forest, Uchiha Tamaki stated. So don't go to the core of the Stardo Great Forest if you don't have to. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's scalp tingled. How do you know? A classmate from my previous Spirit Master Academy, who happens to be this generation's Jinchuriki, told me. He probably heard it from the spirit beast inside his belly. I feel like that 3rd generation king didn't do anything right. The things he did, there's no, most disgusting, only, more disgusting, Uchiha Tamaki remarked. Qian Daoliu immediately perked up his ears. Tell me in detail. The 4th generation couple left behind a posthumous child, the Jinchuriki. The Sandaime concealed the truth and spread the word outside that the child was the culprit responsible for the massive casualties in Konoha. He should have been the son of a hero, but he was treated as a monster by everyone in Konoha. That child knew there was a monster inside him, so he also believed he caused the heavy casualties in Konoha. Then, the Sandaime stepped in to comfort that child, and now the child regards the Sandaime as the closest person to him. Qian Daoliu's expression slowly shifted from the excitement of hearing gossip to disgust and murderous intent. If I ever meet such a vile piece of trash, I will absolutely let him taste the might of the angelic sword. Oh right, can I beat him? Definitely, Uchiha Tamaki nodded. The first-generation king, Senju Hashirama, was the strongest. Back then, he and Uchiha Madara were known as Susanoo Great Buddha. The two of them wiped out 4 nations. Susanoo is our Uchiha's ultimate move, and Great Buddha as the Senju's ultimate move. Can you grasp the significance of those words? Qian Daoliu nodded. Although he didn't know what Susanoo Great Buddha was, he guessed it was likely a spirit fusion skill. A spirit fusion skill between the two of them could destroy 4 nations. One could imagine how powerful they were. When the first generation was around, the ninja world was peaceful, and no one dared to start a war. He single-handedly suppressed an entire era. After he passed away, his younger brother, Senju Tobirama, took power. Senju Tobirama deeply hated our Uchiha clan because before Konoha was established, the Uchiha and the Senju were sworn enemies, both sides suffered heavy casualties, and each had relatives killed. The subsequent policies targeting the Uchiha clan were all his doing. But it must be said, his strength and governing ability were also top-tier, second only to his older brother, Senju Hashirama. Then, during an envoy mission abroad, they encountered an assassination attempt. At that time, Senju Tobirama asked his disciples who was willing to stay behind to block the pursuers. Among them was the Sandaime. The Sandaime at that time unhesitatingly said he was willing to stay. That was probably the brightest and bravest moment of his life. 029 Chapter 3, Spirit Ability. One glance, 10,000 years. Then he was appointed as the third king by Senju Tobirama, while Senju Tobirama personally stayed behind to block the pursuers. Qian Daoliu sighed with emotion. No wonder even Uchiha Tamaki approved of Senju Tobirama. Although Senju Tobirama was the king, he possessed the courage and resolve to sacrifice himself. This was a qualified leader. After the third took office, he began to crack down on the Uchiha even more severely, executing his teacher's policies even more thoroughly, and incidentally wiping out his teacher's clan, the Senju clan. Qian Daoliu's expression couldn't hold. Senju Tobirama actually chose such an ungrateful wretch to take power. He destroyed the records of the vast majority of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, and then publicized externally that he was the strongest king, though he never went to the battlefield. How shameless must a person be to do such a thing? His decades-long reign can be summarized in 12 characters. Which 12 characters? Submissive to outsiders, heavy-handed internally. PFF'd. That's truly. Do you know how the current king of the Land of Lightning, the second largest nation in the ninja world, views Senju Hashirama? Qian Daoliu looked at Uchiha curiously. Archenemy? No, the current king of the Land of Lightning said that Senju Hashirama clearly could have unified the ninja world very easily back then, so why didn't he unify it? Unify the ninja world, easily. What level of strength did one need to possess to be evaluated like this by the king of a hostile nation? Suddenly, the two stopped walking. Before their eyes appeared a spirit beast, entirely crimson and bearing 10 dragon heads. The spirit beast was over 20 meters long, with the body of a snake. Uchiha Tamaki looked towards Qian Daoliu. This is the Crimson Shadow. Precisely. Qian Daoliu nodded. High Priest, it's time for you to perform. Aren't you going to test its strength yourself? Uchiha Tamaki took a deep breath and stepped forward a few paces to stand before the Crimson Shadow. Illusion. Shackling technique. The 10 heads of the Crimson Shadow all had their gazes become clear. To be able to control the Crimson Shadow so easily, you still claim your eyes aren't a quiba. Uchiha Tamaki ignored Qian Daoliu, brought his hands together, and activated Sage Art, Sage Mode, Activate. Qian Daoliu's pupils contracted. Divine Force. Hey, stop. You're wasting divine force on such a small scene. Uchiha Tamaki turned his head to look at Qian Daoliu. Divine Force. You call this divine force? I don't have any decisive moves right now. Forget it, I'll do it. Hurry up and retract your divine force. Qian Daoliu felt pained just watching. Looking at the crimson shadow ahead, Qian Daoliu's spirit rings lit up beneath his feet. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. Qian Daoliu raised his right arm, extended 2 fingers, and a golden sword light descended from the sky, Pucci. The body of the crimson shadow was instantly pierced, and the golden sword light remained as if substantial, pinning the crimson shadow's body. The intense pain jolted it awake from the illusion. It twisted its body constantly, trying to break free, but the golden sword light continued to suppress it. This crimson shadow's age was around 25,000 years, yet it was instantly defeated by Qian Daoliu in one move. You can give it the final blow, let me see your self-created spirit ability. Uchiha Tamaki activated his Mangekyo, and 2 black spirit rings lit up beneath his feet. His first spirit ring had also completed the transformation from a 1,000-year to a 10,000-year level during this year. Qian Daoliu looked at Uchiha Tamaki's spirit rings and couldn't help but sigh. The god behind him was truly generous. First spirit ability, Phantom Evil Shadow. 10 clones lit up immediately afterward. The next moment, each clone began rubbing a ball, yes, a Rasengan. Qian Daoliu's eyebrows twitched upon seeing this scene. This self-created spirit ability was quite interesting. He could try it out himself later. It seemed to be a spirit ability with considerable power. All 10 clones threw their balls towards the crimson shadow. Boom boom boom. Successive massive explosions erupted, stirring up a cloud of smoke at the scene. Qian Daoliu casually swept his hand, and the smoke dispersed. The body of the crimson shadow was already mangled, and a circle of black spirit rings lingered around its body. Go absorb it. I will guard you. Uchiha Tamaki sat down next to the crimson shadow and began drawing in the spirit ring. At the same time, the residual spirit beast mental force remaining in the spirit ring violently rushed into Uchiha Tamaki's mind. However, the crimson shadow's mental force was instantly crushed by Uchiha Tamaki's mental force as soon as it entered his body. Sorry, when it came to mental force, Uchiha Tamaki had never feared anyone. Even with Qian Daoliu, Uchiha Tamaki dared to forcibly control him for 1 second. Qian Daoliu observed Uchiha Tamaki and also noticed that the Crimson Shadow's mental impact had almost no effect on him. His mental force was so strong that even the mental impact from a 100,000-year spirit ring would have difficulty affecting him. As for a spirit ring from a 20,000-year level spirit beast, it posed no pressure on him at all. His 5th ring was only 13,000 years, yet Uchiha Tamaki's 3rd ring was already over 20,000 years. Truly, comparing people makes one angry. Uchiha Tamaki felt his vitality continuously strengthening. So, the Crimson Shadow increased his vitality. Just then, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left eye. So painful, Uchiha Tamaki felt vitality constantly injecting into his left eye. This pain lasted for an hour, and the pattern in Uchiha Tamaki's left pupil began to change. The 6-pointed star turned into a hexagon, with a complex pattern in the center. Finally, Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes, feeling the throbbing emanating from his left eye. The inexhaustible stream of pupil power surged out, and simultaneously, his spirit power was continuously regenerating. Had his left eye, the Eye of Time, advanced to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Tamaki sensed his right eye, the Eye of Void. It remained unchanged, only slightly enhancing its source power. It seemed the next spirit ring needed to focus on his right eye. However, a space attribute one was genuinely hard to find. Just like the Bone Dragon of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, whose Bone Dragon spirit possessed a space attribute, yet he struggled to gather a complete set of space attribute spirit beast spirit rings. Qian Daoliu stared at Uchiha Tamaki. He saw the change in Uchiha Tamaki's left eye and inexplicably felt a wave of mental pressure. His left eye seemed to have evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. Only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could give him this sense of oppression. Your left eye. I am attempting to activate my left eye's ability, Uchiha Tamaki said. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki's figure vanished from where he stood. 3rd spirit ability. 1 glance, 10,000 years. Uchiha Tamaki didn't know how he felt about this. His first 3 spirit abilities were all functional, not active offensive skills. It wasn't that any skill was weak, but it just felt a bit off. When Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes again, the scent he inhaled was intensely fishy and sweet. Looking around, everything before him was shrouded in greenish mist. Uchiha Tamaki checked his left eye. The cooldown time was 1 year, but it shared the cooldown with his right eye, the Eye of Void. After using the Eye of Void, he couldn't use the left eye's one glance, 10,000 years for a month, and after using the left eye's one glance, 10,000 years, he couldn't use the right eye's Eye of Void for a year. Was this still the Sunset Forest? He remembered that in the original work, the Sunset Forest, 10,000 years later, was completely enveloped by Buddha Tang's Jade Scale 7 absolute flowers, turning the entire forest into a deadly ground. However, the toxicity here was slightly lacking compared to the Shikatsu forest. Uchiha Tamaki began searching for a way out, but the visibility on the ground was too low, he could only fly into the air. Just then, 100 jong tall, inverted cone-shaped valley came into view ahead. 030 the Mandarin duck pot after 10,000 years. Uchiha Tamaki flew directly above the valley and looked down. In the exact center of the valley was a pool of water with red and blue colors, slowly swirling like a Tai Chi diagram. This should be the most famous landmark in the Douluo continent, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Uchiha Tamaki descended into the valley. Just then, several powerful streams of mental force enveloped him simultaneously. In the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well a million years later, 6 immortal herbs had awakened their sentience. "Human, are you from the Tang clan?" A female voice sounded. Uchiha Tamaki looked over. It was a large flower, entirely purple-red, with a stamen resembling a blooming purple crystal. The entire flower exuded an ethereal aura. This should be the serene fragrance enchanting silk immortal, and she was the leader of the 6 great ice and fire fierce beasts. This place had become the private property of Buddha Tang, but they all possessed realm levels without corresponding strength, that is, their mental force was comparable to fierce beasts. Uchiha Tamaki shook his head. "I am not." "Then die for me." The silk immortal suddenly unleashed powerful mental force, fiercely sweeping towards Uchiha Tamaki. However, Uchiha Tamaki suffered no obstruction, arrived directly before the silk immortal, and yanked her out by the roots. "Ah, put me down." Uchiha Tamaki squeezed hard, then crushed the entire large flower's stamen into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Simultaneously, a bright red spirit ring, a secret manual, and a purple-red left arm spirit bone fell onto the ground. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the spirit ring, feeling a bit disappointed that he couldn't absorb it. He then picked up the secret manual from the ground, Mysterious Heaven Skill, which also contained the chapter on the 100 cures for poisons. The serene fragrance enchanting silk immortal, the king among flowers, could prevent all poisons, consolidate one's foundation, and cultivate vitality. Its medicinal properties were the gentlest. Uchiha Tamaki felt his Sharingan's origin strengthen slightly, but had no other sensation. The medicinal properties of this immortal herb were too mild, belonging to the slow and steady type. At this moment, the remaining 5 great immortal herb fierce beasts in the Ice and Fire Mandarin duck pot were all trembling. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze swept over those immortal herbs that had awakened their sentience. Soon, his gaze locked onto the immortal herb, the sight-piercing autumn water. Autumn water was also one of the 6 great immortal herb fierce beasts that had awakened their sentience. Uchiha Tamaki walked leisurely to autumn water's side. Autumn water looked like an ordinary herb, but as Uchiha Tamaki approached, she curled up, her leaves tightly constricted. "Give me the dew. Can you not hurt me?" Autumn water asked timidly, like a frightened young girl. "I want the dew." Autumn water extended a leaf, on which a drop of dew was condensed. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the height of the leaf and could only lie directly beneath it. "Drip it onto my eyes. This is the essence condensed from my 100,000 years of cultivation." Although she had only existed for 10,000 years, the Ice and Fire Mandarin duck pot could accelerate plant growth tenfold, so most immortal herbs here had over 100,000 years of cultivation. "If I pull you out, you will have nothing left." The sight-piercing autumn water dew, the dewdrop fell onto Uchiha Tamaki's eyes. Uchiha Tamaki immediately felt the origin of his eyes leap up significantly, especially the origin of his right eye, which reached a bottleneck. Uchiha Tamaki felt that his right eye only needed to absorb one more suitable spirit beast spirit ring to be purified to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan level. The cooldown time for his left eye, the Eye of Time, was halved. The original 1-year cooldown time was now only 6 months. The cooldown time for his right eye, the Eye of Void, was also halved, requiring only half a month to use once. After giving up the essence of the dew, Autumn Water also became listless and weak, her leaves curled and drooping. Uchiha Tamaki felt unprecedentedly good at this moment. The celestial mushroom of marvelous fur. Take it. The netherworld grass of 9 hells, take it. The primordial immortal herb, take it. The earth dragon golden gourd, take it. Uchiha Tamaki continued to plunder over a dozen more immortal herbs before finally arriving at one of the 6 great immortal herb fierce beasts, the ink jade divine bamboo, Momo. Are you willing to be sacrificed to me? I can preserve your sentience and help you become a god. I swear by my spirit. Momo was extremely terrified right now. He clearly did not want to be sacrificed. However, Uchiha Tamaki's method of immediately slapping someone without preamble terrified him even more. Uchiha Tamaki immediately activated Sage Mode, and natural energy instantly spread out. Divine Force. This is the same divine force as that person. All the immortal herb fierce beasts became excited. Momo became even more agitated, his bamboo branches swaying incessantly. I am willing to be sacrificed to you. I am also willing. Uchiha Tamaki was temporarily only interested in the ink jade divine bamboo. The ink jade divine bamboo could greatly enhance the strength of wood release. Of course, it also possessed the vigorous vitality common to most plant spirit beasts. Uchiha Tamaki did not need the other immortal herb fierce beasts for the time being. After all, increasing too much at once would make his spirit power hollow again, requiring more time to refine. Uchiha Tamaki summoned his second spirit, the wood release divine tree. Come on, the sacrifice can begin. Momo began the sacrifice immediately, as if afraid other fierce beasts would snatch the opportunity. Momo emitted red light all over his body, and the red light enveloped Uchiha Tamaki. Master, which part of the spirit bone do you need? The torso bone. Understood, Master. The sacrifice lasted for 3 hours. Uchiha Tamaki felt his vitality greatly enhanced once more, and his physique was further strengthened. His current physique was at least at the spirit saint level. However, the ink jade divine bamboo only granted him one spirit ability, indestructible body. It could grant himself or teammates an indestructible body state, increasing all attributes by 30%, and rendering them immune to all control effects. The effect increased by 10% for every spirit ring added to the wood release spirit. Uchiha Tamaki checked his current spirit power. After absorbing the spirit ring of the Crimson Shadow 10,000 years ago, his spirit power reached level 31. After absorbing Momo's 10,000-year spirit ring, it reached level 34. After fusing with Momo's torso spirit bone, his spirit power reached level 35, and his spirit power felt somewhat hollow again. He wondered if there was a method to quickly refine spirit power in 10,000 years. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the remaining immortal herb fierce beasts. I am leaving. Perhaps I will need you for sacrifices in the future. Of course, Uchiha Tamaki did not mean for them to sacrifice themselves to him. After all, he did not value the attributes of these immortal herb fierce beasts. When will you return? You must come back soon. It shouldn't be too long. Uchiha Tamaki soared into the sky, turning into a streak of light and flying far away. However, his current spirit power was still too low, forcing him to land halfway through his flight. He hadn't even left the sunset forest yet. Along the way, all he saw were the skeletal remains of spirit beasts, all thanks to the blazing scale 7 absolute flower. One could only say that Buddha Tang lacked great virtue. It took Uchiha Tamaki 3 days to finally walk out of the sunset forest. The air outside was fresh and free. Uchiha Tamaki felt like he would turn into a little green man if he stayed cooped up in the sunset forest any longer. East, south, west, north, go wherever he chose. As for which way was east, who cared? Uchiha Tamaki closed his eyes and spun around. However, his first choice was somewhat unsatisfactory. He chose the way back. He did not want to return to the sunset forest. Choosing a direction again, Uchiha Tamaki closed his eyes and spun around once more. Fortunately, this time he finally selected a direction. He hoped to encounter human settlements soon, as he desperately needed a place to bathe. However, He walked for 1 day without encountering anyone, 10 days without encountering anyone, and 20 days still without encountering anyone. How did another forest appear? Such dense heaven and earth spirit power, could it be another spirit hunting forest?